And let me begin by introducing myself. I'm County Supervisor Joe Simitian. I represent the 5th Supervisorial District, which is the northwest portion of Santa Clara County. I'm also currently serving as president of our Board of Supervisors. And just a couple of housekeeping details. As I mentioned, there is food and beverage in the back, so please help yourself. If you need to find the restroom, one of the critical ingredients of a successful conference is knowing where the restrooms are, I'm told. So you just go out the door at the back, make a U-turn and walk all the way down the hall. And when you see that there's a kitchen on your left, you turn to the right because that's where the restrooms are, okay? So just down the hall and then you'll turn to the right when the time comes. And the question that I have been asked most frequently, and we'll begin right here, question that we've been asked most frequently is, what prompted you to organize this day-long conference? And the answer goes something like this. All of us, of course, had occasion to hear quite a bit of commentary about our 2016 elections. And that was the source, I think, of concern for a great many folks, both folks who are what I'll call part of the elections world, as well as regular members of the citizenry. And then as we approach 2018, there seemed to be less conversation, I will say, even though we were about to go through the first round of elections after 2016. And so at the County of Santa Clara, we actually began to have some conversations both at the professional staff level and among the elected officials about, hey, we've got another election coming up, and maybe we shouldn't just make our way through that one without being mindful of what happened in 2016 and before. And perhaps we should ask ourselves, what can we and should we be doing? And are there things that we can and should be doing that we hadn't already anticipated? So we pulled together folks from our registrar's office. Nice to see you, Shannon. Thank you for being here. From our privacy team, our data security folks, and said, let's have a conversation before the moment of truth arrives in 2018 about what we can and should be doing at the county level. Now, some of that conversation took place in an open public setting. We have a Finance and Government Operations Committee, which at that time I chaired, and we had an agenda item, and we would talk about what we could talk about in an open public setting, but of course there are some limitations to the discussion you can have about the security measures you're taking in an open public setting, so that means that some of those conversations took place with just 2 members of our Board of Supervisors, the 2 members of the committee, and our professional staff. And I just want to assure those of you who are in the room that on a month-by-month basis leading up to that 2018 election, we had a series of reports and an opportunity to question our own staff about what they were doing, what they could be doing, what they should be doing, to give it our best effort. Now, when we finished that exercise, I was struck by the fact that we thought we had stepped up our game, had improved our security posture, but that we didn't really have any way, those of us who are not technologists or data privacy experts, even if I felt I had a background in the field, but I really don't have any way of knowing what the benchmark is, what the best practices are. We think we did the best possible job, but honest to God, I don't know, as I am there in 2018, are we doing the very best work in this area? Or is there a whole lot more that we could and should be learning from other jurisdictions? And so we talked about the importance of having an opportunity after the 2018 elections, and not coincidentally, we're really just a year away from having a California presidential primary, so with a year to go, taking this opportunity to stop and ask ourselves, all right, how did we do? But more importantly, what can we do going forward in Santa Clara County? And it occurred to us as well, and this has been a recurring theme for me as I have talked to folks both around the state and around the nation, that while, because it's flashier, I guess, much of the conversation has been about efforts to protect the integrity of our process at the federal and state level, there has been surprisingly little conversation about what we can and should be doing at, I'll call it the local level, but here in California, and it's the county level for the most part. So many of you in this room will know that there are probably something like 10,000 jurisdictions, local jurisdictions, counties, townships, precincts, that are responsible for actually counting the votes. And so here in California, where we have 58 counties, we have 58 counties who are actually responsible for reporting the vote after having processed the votes, tallying the votes, and yet the conversation continued to be at the federal level and the state level, even though, as I say, here in California, largest state in the nation, fifth largest economy, all of the usual superlatives we give ourselves. Here in California, we've got 58 counties that are doing the day-to-day work of actually processing our vote and, we hope, securing the integrity of that vote. So today's conversation is focused on what I call the front lines can do to ensure the integrity of the voting process. And when I talk about the voting process, I'm talking about the voting process writ large. I don't want to get into that too much because I want our panelists to get into it. But we're talking about the entire election process from beginning to end, soup to nuts, however you want to describe it. We have extraordinary group of panelists and participants today. I am going to ask for all of the moderators, including myself, for their first panel to keep the biographies brief, just a word or two of introduction, in part so we can make sure we have the time for conversation about the topic at hand, in part because these people are so well credentialed we could spend the entire day telling you about their resumes, and in part because we've given you a program so you have the ability to look right there and see who it is that is going to be with us. Again, my hope is that at the end of the day, all of you have some sense of what we can and should be doing at the county level throughout the state to ensure the integrity of the process, whether we're talking about state actors, non-state actors, we'll run the gamut here today. But equally, if not more important, that your own Santa Clara County government, where we have 2 million people out of the 40 million here in California, has sort of a better and better sense of what best practices might be to make sure we're doing our job well on your behalf. Why don't I stop there for just a moment, see if there are any quick questions, and if I can't answer them, I'll phone a friend, which means I'll turn to one of my staff members. But are we good to go? All right, people want to get on with it. Good, thank you. Then let me begin by asking our first two panelists to come on up for the panel. I've given myself the privilege of moderating the panel. Unfortunately, Nate Persili, who had planned to be here, let us know this morning he had a family emergency at 7:30. So we hope he is well, and no problem. We're just going to ask the other two panelists to tell us everything that Nate would have. Yes, sir.
Is this being live streamed?
It is not being live streamed, to my knowledge, but we are, as you see, taping, and we will have it up and available after the fact.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we begin? All right, if not, then as I mentioned, I'm County Supervisor Joe Simitian, and I'm going to moderate the first panel. We're going to run for about an hour, and we're going to say welcome first to Stephanie Singer. Come on up, Stephanie, just take a place. We have microphones. Take a look at Stephanie's bio in your program. The thing I will tell you is, she's had an interesting range of careers. Everything from writing a couple of books on math and physics, to being a tenured professor at Harvard, to then becoming sort of a data analyst and professional, and then ran for the Philadelphia City Commission, a title which meant not a thing to me, I have to tell you, until I discovered that meant she was one of 3 people in Philadelphia County who was actually responsible for the conduct of elections there. She took on a 36-year incumbent, and let me just say, not that there's anything wrong with being a 36-year incumbent. She took on a 36-year incumbent and sort of turned the apple cart upside down, was elected and has had the firsthand experience of trying to make the system work. She's here with us now on the West Coast. She'll tell us a little bit more about that. But please join me in welcoming Stephanie Singerton. And Kim Alexander, who has driven all the way from Sacramento today?
She was in Milpitas.
Oh, well, in Milpitas, okay. So right here in the county. But Kim Alexander is a name that I know is known to many of you in the room with the California Voter Foundation. Kim, by my count, this is your 25th anniversary. Am I? So, you'll discover she's very mature for a 25-year-old here in just a moment. She's been doing this for a while. For those of you who aren't familiar with the work of the foundation, it's all about the voting process, the integrity of the vote, the ability to vote, the ability to access the voting process. So please join me in welcoming Kim. And again, her long biography is there. Take a seat. Oh, thank you. I am delighted. So when Nate couldn't be here, I said, well, look, I know somebody who used to be the chair of the Fair Political Practices Commission, and she used to be the chair of the Federal Elections Commission, and she's going to be the moderator of the panel in the afternoon, but she's got so much subject matter knowledge. Why don't we just see if when she walks in the room, we can say good morning, and wouldn't you like to take a seat up front? And she was kind enough to say yes. And her name is Ann Ravel. Ann was the county council at the county back during my first stint on the Board of Supervisors, so she and I have had a chance to work together closely. I was delighted that she could be with us for this afternoon's panel, but particularly appreciative we can just press her into service. Please join me one more time in welcoming Ann Ravel. Ann? Good morning. Thanks. I'm delighted. Flexibility is key, they tell me.
Better than Nate personally.
We'll tell Nate. We'll tell Nate. All right. What we're going to do is take probably 35, 40 minutes. We'll try and make sure we stay on schedule, give you time for breaks that are indicated on the program. We are going to have time for questions from all of you, the participants today. So again, thank you for being here, and we're going to just jump right in. And I would like to try and make this as conversational as possible. And can you still all hear in the back of the room? All good. Good. Thank you. Let's start with this, even a cursory overview of the systems across the country quickly reveals that we have what might be described as a wide range of policies, procedures, laws in effect that vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction among the 50 states, and then among the 3,000 plus counties, and among the 10,000 plus voting jurisdictions. So could somebody give us a quick overview of that, I'll call it mishmash, and tell us what the implications of that are, the fact that we don't have essentially a single system. Stephanie, I'm going to begin with you.
Yeah, so the reason why we have this difference, why is it that after running elections in Philadelphia County, I can come to Santa Clara County and really know nothing about how they run elections here? It has to do with history, and it has to do with physics. So the history is that elections in this country started before the days of the Pony Express. So they had to be controlled locally because everything was local. It took ages for information to get from one side of the country to the other. And the physics is Newton's first law, which is that a body in motion tends to stay in motion. And this applies to billiard balls and planets, and it also applies to government bodies. So once a government body has control of something, they don't want to give it up. And for that reason, our elections today, in the age of Google, are still controlled very locally. And I don't see politically, I don't see that changing, because for that to change, someone like Joe Simitian, who has dedicated his life to serving Santa Clara County, would have to give that up. And all the local knowledge he has about Santa Clara County, which is really different from Philadelphia, people don't want to turn that over. And so it's going to be this way for a while.
Kim, your thoughts on this same subject?
Well, so At the nationwide level, we have states running elections, and that's written into the Constitution, and people get very agitated over states' rights and any whiff of federal government moving in trying to run elections. In fact, we're really the only modern democracy in the world that doesn't have a central election authority. And that's really unique. We don't have a central voter registration database for the nation. Other countries don't do it this way. So we have that federal level of decentralization that states are very protective of, especially as we saw in the last election, where you really see the variations in state policies coming into play in terms of voter access to things like early voting, vote by mail, vote centers. That varies from state to state, and states are very protective in having the right to limit voter registration timeframes or restrict vote by mail to only very selective people. So they're not likely to give that up. In addition then to this decentralization at the federal level, you have decentralization sometimes at the state level, but not always. Our state is probably the most decentralized state of any state in the country. I see how many county election officials would agree, or other people would agree with that statement in the room, that we are way more decentralized than other states. And this is, I think, due to a couple of reasons. One is, as the California Constitution gave the authority to counties to run elections. Now, this was before the initiative process even existed, so nobody really knew what they were in for when that happened. It was before a lot of cities existed, so county government role in running elections got stuck in place in the 1850s, and then it has just grown over time. The really crummy thing about it is that counties are saddled with running elections not just for local government within its jurisdiction, but also elections for state government and federal government. So elections as a public service, as a government service, is this giant unfunded mandate being carried on the backs of county governments that both the state government and the federal government are getting a free ride on, because they're getting their contests decided through this, and they have a stake in whether those votes are being counted accurately and whether voters have access. So there's really this broken compact, and I don't see it changing at the federal level, but I think at the state level we could address this, and we should address this. In fact, it's one of the California Voter Foundation's top 3 priorities, is to ensure voters are treated more equally across the state, given the same access to voting rights, opportunities, and voting security and confidence. That shouldn't vary from county to county. Whether you live in Sacramento or Santa Clara or Humboldt, you should have the same level of confidence in the reliability of your voting system. Unfortunately, we have some laws in California that do guarantee that by having a paper trail and by having post-election audits, but there's so much variation beyond just those baselines. And the real kicker is that starting in the 1970s, a new law was passed that requires the state to reimburse counties for any costs that counties bear that are imposed by the state. It's called a state-mandated local program. Remember this. This is the most important thing I hope you remember that I say today. State-mandated local programs are really why we are here right now, because the state wants counties to perform in certain ways, but they don't want to pay for it. So what we've seen in recent years in California is the increasing passage of optional election laws, not required election laws. So counties may provide early voting, they may adopt the Voters' Choice Act, they may set up vote centers, they may open up weekend voting, but they don't have to. They may let people request a vote by mail ballot online, but they don't have to. And that really impacts voters' rights and experiences. So we want to see a move away from these optional laws and toward mandated laws so that counties are treated equally, and we want the state to pay for that. So that's our proposal, is that we need a new what we call the election funding and governance proposal, where there's a trade-off where the counties are guaranteed a baseline of funding from the state to support election administration forever and ever, not just on a crisis funding basis, and the counties agree to maintain a certain level of security in their voting systems and access for voters and voting information. So we have that proposal on our website, and I look forward to talking a little bit about that today.
Ann Ravel, you have been both at the federal and state level, and of course served at the county level for a number of years previously. Thoughts about the wide variance of processes, procedures, rules, regulations, and laws in place across the country?
Yes, let me say first, when I walked in, I told Kim that I would, because I wasn't prepared, I was just going to agree with everything she said.
Good system.
But actually, I'm not already. And I think the issue has to do with federal elections and the fact that all across the country, federal elections are being dealt with in a different way, as you've indicated. And that is crazy for this country. And I actually think that, unlike what Kim said, I do think that the federal government does have the ability to govern federal elections in a way that has not happened previously. And it is true that states, particularly big states, right states, oppose it and don't want any federal intervention in elections except perhaps their money through HAVA or whatever other security money. But through both, if you look at the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, 26th Amendment, many other amendments, give the government, the federal government, the power to regulate elections at all levels. So it's not like it is not something that can be done. And when you see across the country, there are states that are unwilling even to take security precautions because they are claiming states' rights. And so we know that they are at risk of perhaps having Russian intervention or other intervention in the elections. It's when these are elections for the president and for members of Congress and the Senate, it's absolutely important for there to be federal involvement. And in fact, under the what's now called it's HR 1 that was introduced the first day of the new Congress, I believe it's Government for the People Act it's called, does have provisions relating to voting. And I just spoke to someone I was in DC yesterday, and I spoke to someone who's making another proposal about registration and changing registration so that it is universal, one registration, all will work all across the country, is not going to be just solely for state by state and susceptible to hacking into the registration rolls. And there are other provisions in HR 1 that also relate to voting and voting rights. So there is a movement, not that HR 1 is necessarily going to pass the Senate, but in my view, it's a marker for some change in this respect.
So let me try and guide the conversation on the next piece, which is, with that background, and thank you to all three panelists because it's a helpful
Can I just add a couple? I just have a look.
Yes, but hold that thought because I want you to add in the context of, so with that background, how does any of that matter or affect the issue of the security of the process? Because I think that may be where you're headed, or at least I'm hoping you'll fold your comments in, because it's great to have that background, and I wanted us to have the background about the disparate systems across the country. But if I were to be a little bit more blunt, I might say, okay, so what? So Stephanie, so what?
So before I answer your question, I wanted to add to Kim's laundry list of the people who are really riding on the backs of county government in elections, not just the federal government and the states, but the parties, the political parties whose primaries are generally paid for by the county. And I also wanted to, the argument for federal uniformity is very strong, and one way to think about that is in the context of the National Popular Vote Compact, which would have the winner of the popular vote win the presidency. And even just the question of what do you mean by the popular vote, and are people in California going to trust the counting in Georgia? So these federal issues are huge, and they're going to explode if the National Popular Vote Compact is approved. So the way this, I think there are two attitudes towards how this non-uniformity affects security. One is to say, wow, we really have to go jurisdiction by jurisdiction to make sure that security practices are in place. And that's true. And that makes it harder because there are so many county supervisors and so many directors of election out there, and they're not all the same. On the other hand, if you step back and you take a larger kind of view, you can say, listen, of course we want to protect the process as much as we can. But then if you move to saying, and we want our process to be resilient, we want to have checks so that if something does go south with the election process, we have a way to recover. And we're going to check it. And when you start thinking about how do we check it from the voters' actions to the final results, then there are some things that can be implemented and that really largely viewed are the same across all jurisdictions. And the example I'm thinking of are the risk limiting audits, the audits of the tabulation, where maybe the details of implementation may differ a little based on the details of implementation in the local election jurisdiction, but the idea and the criteria for actually taking the ballots that the voters had in their hands and that they marked and that were then securely kept, and taking that as the evidence of the election and running a good statistical check on it. That kind of larger view, start from the beginning, just look at the beginning and the end of the process and check that the process did what it was supposed to do. Those things can be required much more uniformly.
So Stephanie, I'm going to try and put words in your mouth, and you won't let me if you won't let me, but what I took away from that was we could accommodate quite a bit of variance between and among the various jurisdictions if, at the end of all of those processes, no matter how varied they might be, we have a somewhat uniform system for holding ourselves accountable. Is that a fair summary?
I like that. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
All right, good. I'll do the preface for your next book then. Others on
Joe, my next book is a memoir of my experience with corruption in Philadelphia. So
I'll be rethinking the preface. All right. So, but other comments from Kim and Ann on the implications of this variance between and among jurisdictions, the implications of that variance for the security and the integrity of the process.
Sure. I mean, I guess I will revise my statement earlier in light of what Ann said. I do hold out hope that the federal government will step in and provide some requirements. I'm just trying to be realistic about it because I've been in this work for 25 years, as was noted, and it's not the first time I've yearned for that. So, but I do hope that we could come up with something that would provide a baseline of confidence for voters across the country. We could achieve that by doing a couple of things nationwide. We could require all jurisdictions to utilize the assistance that the Department of Homeland Security is offering through the critical infrastructure designation. That's a simple one, and a lot of jurisdictions aren't yet doing that, but that could be something that becomes maybe part of a deal between the federal government and the states to move forward with election security and funding from the federal government, like we did with the Help America Vote Act. We could do something similar, if states agree to funding, and I think they should. And the Help America Vote Act did require some things that we could similarly require. I mean, we have passed federal laws requiring voting assistance for military and overseas voters. We have passed federal laws that require access for voters with disabilities. That's uniform, that's required across the country. So it's not something and that was just done in 2002. So it's doable to pass some of these requirements. The ones I would see that I think would give that baseline of security that everybody in the country and people outside of the U.S. want to see in our voting systems are that utilizing DHS assistance, submitting to things like penetration testing, having a paper trail, and having post-election audits, and making sure that the audit is done of the voter-marked record and not some image of a ballot that is just a recreation of software from a private vendor. And we also would want to require that jurisdictions adhere by the federal voting system standards. I mean, it's crazy that the federal voting system standards are voluntary, and that's also something that you just wouldn't see in any other country. So those are a couple pretty straightforward things that we could do, we should be doing, I think would shore up public confidence. I have to say, the hardest thing about being an election security advocate is that you get a lot of pushback from people in the elections world who don't appreciate you letting people know that there are security problems that need to be addressed. So it's this really hard line to walk where you don't want to scare voters out of participating, but you also want to be upfront and honest about the actual risks that we're facing. So I'm happy to say that we did look at voter attitudes. The Pew Center for People in the Press did a study post-election and found, despite the many conversations that we had about election security leading up to the midterms, voters in the country were mostly satisfied and confident in the results, not just in their own jurisdiction, but in the rest of the country. So I do think that we have not lost voter confidence yet, but we are walking a tightrope, and we need to make some changes to make sure that we don't lose it down the road.
Before we go on to Ann Ravel, let me probe a little on some of the comments you made. And there is obviously a difference or a distinction between federal assistance, federal standards, and federal administration of elections. You weren't calling for federal administration, as I heard it. I just want to be clear about that.
Correct.
And if we're talking about federal assistance, and one of the observations you offered at the top of your remarks was that we had a lot of jurisdictions who were not even taking advantage of assistance that was available to them. In some cases, of course, there were requests at the federal level that folks at the various states share their data with the Department of Homeland Security, and that was, shall we say, not well received by all of the states.
Right.
So would your exhortation to requiring folks to take the assistance be limited in some way in terms of not requiring folks to share their data? And are there reasons we should be concerned if we start to compel the states to share their data with folks at the national level?
I'm glad you asked about that, Supervisor Simitian, because this is an issue that we really need to pay more attention to, and that is the security of voter data, or the lack thereof. And this is something that our Secretary of State, who will be here later today, did move to protect California voter data from that federal government data request. So when I say assistance, I'm talking about assistance from Department of Homeland Security, assistance from the Election Assistance Commission. I'm not talking about the state blindly turning over data to a political panel that was trying to prove something, which is what a lot of people saw that task force about. So no, I think we have to realize there's a layer of partisanship over everything that's going on here, and be mindful of that. But I am really glad you brought up voter data, because this is something else that's driving away voters, is that people are increasingly aware of the fact that their data is being made available lawfully and illegally to third parties, and it's not being protected, and it's a disincentive for people to want to participate or vote at all. So this is something else that other countries just don't do to their voters. They do not require you to turn over your personal information that will then be disseminated to political campaigns who can then profile you in order to send you a perfectly tailored message to try to convince you to vote or not vote. They just find other ways to reach voters. So it's a really hard issue for us to address, because the politicians who are the consumers of the data are the ones who would be the ones we'd be looking to tighten up access to. But there are things that we could do to show voters that we want to protect that data, and certainly, protecting it from a political body that intended to use it in questionable ways is a good example of the kind of protection that we certainly would support.
Before I go to Ann Ravel, I want to just say thank you, Kim, for teasing out the tension between the benefits of federal engagement and the potential concerns about federal engagement, which is really sort of part of the conversation I want to make sure we foster here today. For those of us who remember the hack of the Office of Personnel Management at the federal level, which is information you would think the federal government would work hard to keep safe and secure, that was 20 million federal records that were compromised. So that including Ann's, there you go. That I think that raised a concern. And just forgive the intrusion with a short story. I had not been thinking about the point that you made, which I want to underscore for our participants today, which is that there is this also inherent tension, some might call it a conflict, when you are asking elected officials who have become elected officials by virtue of the current system to change the system which has worked successfully for them. There's a tension there, let me just put it that way. And if you think that's a little abstract, let me give you a small specific example. In my first term as a California State Assembly member, I had an extra bill. I just didn't need the vehicle anymore, and so I thought, well, let's not let it go to waste. What small good thing could I use this vehicle for? And I thought, there are too many people in the community who are community volunteers, mostly women, who don't have the ability to use that phrase, community volunteer, as a ballot designation. Because some of you will recall that 20 years ago, if you were no longer employed, you could describe yourself, and again, it was particularly women, as a homemaker, a mother, or leave it blank and have no ballot designation. So I thought, well, why don't we just create a community volunteer ballot designation that will be available for folks who are bona fide community volunteers, so they can say, that's what I have been doing. It took 41 votes to get the bill off the floor of the California State Assembly. I got 39 votes. I had to implore two of my colleagues to give me the 2 votes as what we call a courtesy vote, meaning no guarantees I'll be there with you later. But the bill got off the floor finally with just 41 votes to create a community volunteer designation. Shannon, you and I remember that from back in the day. And then when we got over to the California State Senate, where I was not yet serving, we had an uphill battle, and in fact were opposed by the then chairman of the Senate Elections and Reapportionment Committee. And notwithstanding that, we're ultimately able to move the bill through the process and have it signed into law. And that's where that ballot designation that many of you now see comes from. But I remember being naive and baffled and saying, how could people possibly have, and somebody took me aside and said, hey, see every one of those people who are voting on your bill? They all got elected with the system as it is. You are trying to change the system in a way that will have consequences potentially for each and every one of them. Why are you surprised that they are reticent to change the system in even the smallest of ways if the existing system has worked for them? I apologize for that long anecdote, but it shows the tension there of having folks do that. So, Ann, back to you. So, my question is, what are the security?
Can I just real quick note that this goes for voting systems too? I mean, that's really a big reason why we get in this pickle, is that system worked for that politician and they don't necessarily want to change it.
Or for that party and they don't want to change it. Democrats and Republicans. And so the security implications, to get us back on track, the security implications of having this multiplicity of systems and technologies and approaches.
It just so happens that my friends at the Brennan Center for Justice came out with a new report yesterday about voting machines at risk, where we stand today, and they analyzed and talked to elections officials in, well, all the states that would talk to them. And what they determined, well, and let me read to you the preface of this, because it kind of encapsulates what you're talking about. They say Chris Krebs, head of cybersecurity at the Department of Homeland Security, has warned that the 2020 election is the big game for adversaries looking to attack American democracy. And the National Academy of Sciences noted that Machines that do not produce a printout of a voter's selection that can be verified by the voter and used in audits should be removed from service as soon as possible to ensure the security and integrity of American elections. And they go on to talk about all the states that still do not have, nor do they intend to have, any printouts or voter verification. They're all the states, including California, that have voting machines that are terribly out of date, and the amount of money that is being provided now by the federal government is insufficient for them to be able to replace those machines. That the investments that have been made by the EAC in security, some states haven't used them for security at all. They've used them for various other things. And finally, they're talking about post-election audits, and I know that's something we've talked about. And apparently, there are only 25 states that actually conduct post-election audits before certifying their election results. The Brennan Center argues that there should be the risk-limiting audits, and many of the states are not in the mood to make a change in that respect. So it is quite clear that all of these things pose a risk to the federal elections that are going to take place in 2020.
So with all of that by way of background, we've been having elections in this country for a long time, as Stephanie reminded us. But of course, this issue of election security really came to the fore in the 2016 election. We've since had another election here in California, and I know different states are on different schedules, but we had the 2018 elections as well across the country. And I guess the question I would ask is, are there some lessons we should take away from these recent elections about the state of our election security? So what, if anything, should we have learned about election security from what we experienced and now know happened in 2016 and 2018? Stephanie, you want to begin?
Yeah, I think actually the major lesson is about what we don't know happened. The major lesson is that there are so many places where we just simply have no evidence of what happened. And you so often hear people saying, and this is from the federal level down to the county and jurisdiction level, you hear election officials saying, we have no evidence that there was any tampering with our system. And the takeaway from that is we have no evidence because we have for decades, some of us, more than decades, been using equipment that does not allow durable evidence of the voters' actions to be preserved. What you want is hand-marked paper ballot with accommodations for people with disabilities. And the fact that we have no evidence one way or the other is devastating. Devastating. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about why it is that so many election officials, even very, very hardworking, well-intentioned, really sincere, devoted election officials, say things like that with a straight face. Say things like, our systems are not connected to the internet. As if they knew so much about the internet and so much about security risks that that statement is a meaningful statement that means, so then we're safe. And I find this astounding. And that is, I think, the major takeaway is that we need simply to be collecting evidence so that we know what has happened in 2020. And in every election, and there are many more elections than just 2020 and the presidential, by the way, in every election, whether for dog catcher or for president.
Kim, what should we have learned from 2016 and 2018 with respect to election security?
Well, what we did learn is that foreign powers will attempt to interfere in our elections. That up until 2016 was a hypothetical fear. I served on the Secretary of State's Internet Voting Task Force that Bill Jones formed back in 1999, and I remember David Jefferson, who's one of our board members, a verified voting board member, was on that task force, and he said to the vendors and election officials in the room, we can't have online voting because we can't open up our elections to foreign interference or interference from anywhere in the globe. And people looked at him like, he was walking around in a tinfoil hat or something. So now it's gone from hypothetical to real, and I think that makes things much more tangible, that we realize that, yes, we do need security checklists to make sure that our local election officials are following certain protocols, not just about their equipment and is it attached to the internet, but what kind of email attachments do you open or not open, and how do you ask for help when you need it, and what role does the county IT department have in securing your system in the elections department as employees and staff, and your backup system? I mean, all that, a county like Santa Clara, you have the resources, but smaller counties don't. They don't have the technology, they don't have the IT staff. So, that's where I see our vulnerability in California. And fortunately, I was going to say when we were preparing our remarks, I was going to complain about the fact that, although we have a paper trail requirement and we have post-election audits, which is way better than most other states. I mean, we're ahead of the pack just by virtue of those statewide requirements. We have counties using equipment that's more than 10 years old, and it's vulnerable for a whole host of other reasons. They can't get replacement parts. They can't use encryption. They can't, basic security protocols. They can't manage that. And then last week, our Secretary of State announced that he intends to decertify all this legacy equipment and require the counties to buy new equipment in time for the March 2020 election. So that is a major shift that just happened in California a week ago. Unfortunately, the last round of the state budget with Governor Brown and the legislature included $134 million in the state budget to help pay for county voting equipment upgrades. And that's not going to pay for all of it, but it will help some of the costs. So we got the message, our Secretary of State got the message, and we are moving in California to address these vulnerabilities. So I'm really heartened by that, and we're looking forward to seeing, what the counties pursue. I do think and hope that one of the other takeaways is that we should look to different models for how we procure and maintain our voting systems. There are a lot of people interested in open source, having a code that's available to be inspected. I know that frightens some people and maybe isn't, as welcomed by some election officials, but it's something we really should explore. And San Francisco County, fortunately, is doing that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops. And I think California can continue to lead the way in being upfront about the actual security risk that we face and addressing them with courage and with funding.
Ann?
I have to agree with both of you and what has been said. But one of the things we haven't talked about, and let me start with the federal government issues relating to the 2016 election, because I had suspicions based on nothing. But when I talked to people at the EAC, when I talked to other
Which
people,
stands for?
The Election Assistance Commission, which is the oversight body over the funds mostly, and now perhaps to be broadened later. But they said, no, that didn't happen. I talked to other people who are election specialists. No, there was no such thing that could have happened. And I think one of the worst things was right after that election, when there was questions about some of the swing states and there was really no audit done at all by anybody. I guess Jill Stein started an audit and then stopped in the middle, but there was absolutely nothing that was done to determine that that was a safe and secure election. And because of that, what was left was a lack of information to the public. And I really do believe that one of the issues that all people who are involved in running elections now need to be much more open and transparent about what has happened. And not only what has happened, but when they are actually doing the elections in the future, to tell people, yes, we did this, 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 and this immediately, so that they know that their vote was actually counted and that it was secure. I think there needs to be much greater transparency by election officials immediately thereafter. And the other two things that we haven't talked about are the voter registration databases, which also were subject to hacking. Yeah. And so those are, we need to acknowledge that and think of what needs to be done to make sure that those are safe and secure. And also, because this is something that I'm pretty involved in, and it has to do with the disinformation on the internet that is being used in part for voter suppression. And in fact, there is a lot of evidence that there was a suppression of the vote by people saying false things on the internet about when to vote, false things about how you can vote by text. Those are things that I think that either the government or the voting officials need to be on the lookout for and make sure that they have transparency and public information that counteracts that.
And thank you. Your comments, before I go back to Stephanie, your comments remind all of us that it's not just about the vote and the casting of the vote and the tabulating of the vote. It's also about the weeks and days leading up to the vote and how folks can use the system or abuse the system leading up to the exercise. It's also about the reporting of the vote and how that process takes place. And you've mentioned a couple of thoughts about where we might go on this. I want to, before I go to the participants for questions, which I'm going to do after this question, so please be ready, I want to ask each of you, because this is a panel that is part of a day-long program called Protecting the Front Line, County Election Security in the 21st Century. So without paying any consulting fees, could we please get your one or two most important suggestions? If you were looking at a county registrar here in California, and you've got some here, if you were looking at a county registrar here in California, say, you know, the most important one or two things you can and should be doing in the next couple of years, and in the next year in particular, before we have a national presidential election again on the ballot, here are the things you can and should be doing to step up your game on election security at the county level. Thoughts about what that might be?
Okay. I think that the thing that you should be doing for every stage of the process is, and this includes voter registration and every stage of the process, is figuring out how to audit that stage, each stage, and to audit it really from first principles to the final. So, for instance, for voter registration, and I'm talking a little bit off the top of my head here because there's been a lot of work done on auditing tabulations. There hasn't been so much work done on how do you audit your voter registration lists. And maybe that looks like doing some statistical sampling of going out and seeing, asking, doing like a mini statistical census, and to find out who, to find out, does your voter registration list actually reflect the reality on the ground in your county? And doing that kind of start at the very beginning and go to the very end and audit by picking up evidence and information about the beginning and checking that what you have at the end really reflects the stuff that you know is true.
Kim, what should counties be doing? What are the best one or two things we can do to step up our game on election security?
Well, I wanted to share a little comment of nostalgia, which is it was almost exactly 16 years ago today that I came to Santa Clara County with a couple other people who are in this room to have our first, what I call intervention of a county acquiring a paperless electronic voting system, which was happening here in Santa Clara. Some of you may remember that. And we didn't win the battle that day, but we later did win the war of requiring a paper trail. And And it was a great learning experience for all of us that got involved in that battle. And I just want to say the first thing that's so wonderful about being here today is that it is sponsored by county government, and you are stepping up and saying, hey, we're on the front lines. What should we be doing? I mean, that's really unique, and I really welcome the leadership from the California County Supervisors, not just the registrars, but the supervisors, to step up and be saying, wow, we have a really important job to do in helping our elections department figure out what we're going to have for the next decade. So thank you for providing that leadership. And this is a nice change from my experience in the Board of Supervisors chamber 16 years ago. But in addition to that, I would say seek DHS involvement and assistance. That's really easy. It doesn't cost anything. It takes staff time. I don't want to belittle that, but there's no fee for that help. Look into leasing equipment rather than buying it. That's something that some of the counties are doing, so that they're not so wedded to their vendor. They're not so dependent on their vendor. And don't just talk to the vendor and listen to their sell job. The vendors keep selling counties on the benefits of using ballot images, which is kind of having the e-voting fight all over again, where we want the election officials to look at the paper, and the vendors keep extolling the virtues of looking at their copies of paper, and it's not the same thing. So really involved. Don't make the same mistake of just letting the vendors guide you into what to buying. Set up a voter outreach and advisory committee. A lot of counties have these now, and they're really wonderful. You make sure you get buy-in from different segments of your community so that they're not caught by surprise down the road when you've already made your purchasing decisions. Create a checklist of what you do and put it online. And as Ann said, really be more upfront about this. I know some county election officials get really frustrated when people call them on the phone and ask them questions. They have to spend all the time explaining things over the phone. I'm like, put it on your website, and maybe they won't all call you all the time. People will probably still call, but I think that to the extent that you can say, hey, we do this, this, and that, this is what the canvas looks like, this is what happens post-election, this is why it takes us so long to count the votes, this is how we verify signatures, and make that all upfront and transparent to people, and I think that will provide more voter confidence. My comments today are kind of colored a little bit by what's going on in my own city of Sacramento right now, where the Stephon Clark decisions just came out by our DA and our Attorney General, and over 80 people were arrested in the streets, and there was a city council meeting that's all over national news today of people who protested last night, and they were angry and they were furious, and they showed up at city council. And they're desperate to make their voices heard, and we have to make sure that people look at the voting process as a viable alternative for making their voices heard. Otherwise, we face that kind of public angst and dissatisfaction and possible violence. So, it's easy to talk about election security in the context of this room here on the Google campus with all these, fine people, but at the end of the day, it's about how would the people in that city council chamber, how are they going to feel about the voting process? Are they going to look at this and see it as something worthwhile to invest their time and tell their friends to do? So we have to make sure that we have everybody at the table, all the stakeholders and would-be stakeholders, so that people can feel that their vote really does count.
And what should counties be doing here in California in the course of the coming year before the March 2020 election to improve our security posture?
I'd say two things, although I liked everything that was already said as well. I do think that because the counties are now being required to replace their voting machines, it's a time now to start looking more broadly. And Kim said it, and you also mentioned about open source. People should be much more open-minded. I saw this at the state level more than the county level, but so often procurement and making choices about what you're going to buy is just, let's just get what we always had. Let's just get the old same thing that everybody else is doing, and that's the only thing that's viable. And that may not be the case. You have to be really thoughtful and really creative about what is going to be the most secure, best system for you. And don't be misled by vendors, seriously. And then, secondly, no one has talked about IT staff and other people who are knowledgeable, really knowledgeable about some of these issues. It's invaluable to have those people on your staff all the time, consulting with them all the time, making sure that they're monitoring things to assure that there aren't, isn't unusual activity going on where your data is. And so if there's one major investment that you make in staffing, I would say it's people who know the IT.
Now I'm going to try and sneak in one more quick question, so I apologize because I misrepresented. But it's a wonderful segue because Ann just mentioned the IT. On the other hand, we've heard the word paper a lot this morning already in the conversation. And I have to tell you, some of you, if you've read the bios carefully in your spare time, I had the opportunity to be on a White House delegation to observe elections in El Salvador back in 1994. And then in 1997 and 1998, through the State Department, OSCE, the Office of Security and Cooperation in Europe, was an election observer in Bosnia for over 2 cycles. And I was struck at the time by the prevalence of, the exclusive use of, paper ballots. It was about as low-tech as it could get. A bunch of folks standing around while people confidentially, privately, securely filled out their paper ballot and then put it in a big, transparent plastic vat, sealed, and it was a paper system, at least at the ground level. So here we are now, 20 years later, on the Google campus, talking about the importance of the IT staff being embedded, and yet we keep hearing paper, paper, paper. Could you tell people why paper is so important? You've alluded to it, but from a security standpoint, why are we still talking about paper? Because this is, I think, sometimes perplexing for members of the public.
Yeah, so I want to say, first of all, that paper is not the panacea for election security. Look at the history of the United States. You'll see plenty of elections where there were plenty of problems with what happened to the paper between the time the voter marked it and the time it was counted, or even the issue of which people actually were permitted into the voting booth to mark the paper. So it's not the be-all and end-all of election security. However, what you do need, because we believe in the secret ballot in the United States, and because you must have evidence of the voter's action while voting, there is currently really no way to do that except with paper. I mean, I should say that there's some research going on about other ways to do it with cryptography and stuff like that. But realistically, there is nothing else we have other than marks on paper. That is durable evidence that is both verified by the voter directly, held in the voter's hand, if you will. And I would say people talk about the paper trail, but you want paper that is held in the voter's hand and marked directly by the voter with accommodations for people with disabilities. And that piece of paper should be held in the hands of the people, of the authority that is counting and determining the outcome of the election.
Kim?
Yeah, three reasons I like paper. Number one, it takes up space, so you can't ignore them. Number two, as Stephanie said, voters can verify not just the mark on the ballot, but they can verify with their own eyes how the software that inevitably will count their vote is going to count it. And this is why people are really up in arms over the use of barcodes, because if you have a vote by mail ballot that you've marked, you filled out, you marked your ovals in it or whatever you're marking, you know that mark is what's going to get scanned. If you go to a ballot marking device, which is good for voters with disabilities, but in my county, all voters that vote at the voting sites vote on these kinds of machines. You make your selections, and it produces a piece of paper that summarizes your selections, but it also puts a barcode on it that contains all of your selections, and that can be read by the vote counting device, and that's not how it should work. You want what the voter could read with their own eyes or through an audio device, if it's the case of an accessible ballot, to be what gets read by the software that's designed by the secret proprietary software provided by your private for-profit vendor. I mean, that is really what we're getting at here. So you want something that takes up space, something that voters can verify how the machine will read their choices, and you also want something that works for the vote by mail process, which more and more in California is how people are voting, and for that you need a paper ballot. And I think that probably more than any other reason is why so many counties have moved to invest in optical scan voting systems, because they can see how more and more voters in the state are preferring to not necessarily vote by mail, but cast a vote by mail ballot.
Ann Ravel, paper?
You know, paper, given the kinds of machines that we're using now, is necessary. And let me tell you my most recent international voting observation myself, which was in Brazil before their primary, actually, election. And first off, they have an amazing way of identifying voters, but probably wouldn't work in the United States because you have to put your fingerprints and you have that sort of thing. But they also are able, because of their machines, to count the vote within, and Brazil has the biggest population in Latin America, second only to the United States. And they were able to count all the votes, and people are required to vote, by the way, within about 40 minutes of the elections, of the end of the election. But they have, you vote by number rather than by the name. And so they enter a number into the machine, and it comes out with, it looks like a long strep that both they get and the election officials get and observe to make sure that it's not been corrupted in any way. And it seems to work very well.
All right. 2019, Google campus, heart of Silicon Valley, and it's all about paper. All right. So. Thank you. Before, I'm going to go to questions. Brent, I'm going to go to you first. I am going to give you the exhortation. Please be sure your inquiry, as they say on Jeopardy, comes to us in the form of a question, okay? So Brent and then Alice, and let's go right ahead, and then we'll get a microphone here as well. And do we have, we're going to borrow one of these? All right. And we'll just share here, folks. One moment, please, while we get some technical assistance.
Hello, thank you. My name is Brent Turner. I'm here today representing a group, Open Voting Consortium, as well as California Association of Voting Officials. We're the pioneers of the San Francisco open source paper ballot voting system. And we're a bit confused by some of the responses to the question that Supervisor Simitian asked of what we should be telling the counties, because I think we should be stipulating at this point that San Francisco and Los Angeles are leading the country toward these publicly owned open source software systems that utilize a paper ballot, and that we know from the DoD and NASA and others that you can never appropriately secure a proprietary Microsoft-based system.
I'm going to ask you to hold it there, and the question is, what do you think?
I am a huge fan of open source software for elections because it will be publicly owned, and the public will be able to hold that software accountable. And also because it is going to be, in the long run, once someone makes an upfront investment, it is going to be so much less expensive. It's going to save hundreds of millions of dollars to counties all over the country. I would also note that I have not seen Los Angeles has not made anything open source yet. Yeah, and now I forget what the question was.
Well, I think the questioner was holding up San Francisco and
Or
Los Angeles as exemplars.
why is the rest of California not doing that?
Yeah.
I think it's because we don't yet have a good basic open source blueprint that is available, and a lot of counties can't afford to fund it themselves, and that's what's holding it up. And the story that the analogous story is the design of the UCC streetcar, which was an open source design made by government, and that's why streetcars all over the country looked the same, because any city that wanted them did not have to pay for streetcar design, but simply to build the streetcar. And we really should be doing that. And the moment that there is a design available to counties, then I'm completely on board that that would be exactly what every county should do.
Kim Moran, anything else?
Well, San Francisco is leading the way in part because the San Francisco has an election commission that was created through a local initiative following some election troubles that they had in the 90s. And so Chris Jordanic, who I think many people here know, is the chair of that commission and has been the main champion for open source voting. In fact, last year he instigated an effort that California Clean Money picked up and California Voter Foundation supported to attempt to earmark, I think it was $8 million in the state budget, specifically to fund an open source or support funding for an open source voting system. Now, it didn't go anywhere. We didn't get the budget committee chairs to support that. I don't think the Secretary of State was cheerleading for it. But the Secretary of State has enormous influence in the legislature and with the governor and other constitutional officers. And if he sees that as something of a priority, then it's likely that that funding might be forthcoming. So fortunately, San Francisco is a well-resourced county. Los Angeles also is well-resourced and has a lot of funding left over from HAVA because they did not go out and spend $100 million on paperless, debulbed touchscreen voting machines in 2005, I'm happy to say. So they have all this money for this voting systems for all people project that they're launching in March 2020. So I know a lot of other counties are looking at that, but also wondering if it's really scalable to their county because LA is so supersized. San Francisco is so unique. But hopefully once these other models are out there and up and running, other counties, and they are being done in a public way, so it's the intention that those resources will be available to other counties to utilize. So I do hope that we could open up an alternative model. I think what it would take to get there really would be for some of our universities to get involved. I mean, that could be a huge asset in pushing for this different voting system approach. And there's been a couple forays by universities into the voting technology space over the years, but it would be great if there was actually a permanent institution or center at one of California's universities that would help explore these options.
All right. And
yes, that is exactly what I was just going to say. We're here at Google. What better place to invest and do some of this work? They have to do more than do no harm. They have to actually help people vote.
all right, Alice, next question. Go ahead and let go. That's fine.
Yes, Alice Smith, National Voter Corps. I'm concerned about what happened in Georgia where 130,000 votes for lieutenant governor got dropped and statistically was impossible to have been dropped. So we need a national standard and we need to have H.R. 1, which has a very strong security section in the law passed. But how can we publicize this to shame the senators in every single state to say that people are more important to make sure one person, one vote? I think we need a national look at security, not just Santa Clara County or California.
Thank you. Thoughts about how to bring some focus on this? Kim, if you want to share the microphone with Stephanie, who seems to be leaning in.
Yeah, well. So I wanted to add to the previous that the price tag on an open source system design is $10 million, $15 million. I mean, it is small by Google standards. I think, so races for lieutenant governor and state offices are, I think, difficult currently for the federal government to do anything about. But we've had a live example of the federal government taking advantage of Article 1, Section 5 of the U.S. Constitution for the North Carolina 9th District congressional race, which is now going to be rerun, in part because the House of Representatives, which has the right under the U.S. Constitution to be the judge of the returns of the elections of its members, said, no, we will not accept North Carolina 9th Congressional District. The Senate of the United States also has that right, and if the Senate would say, no, we will not seat these people from whatever state because the elections were not done, we can't judge those elections to have been fairly run. They have that power, and I, for one, would like to see them use it more aggressively. Although the problem always is the partisan problem, right? That's always in there.
And just to add to that, what goes through my mind when I saw what happened in Georgia, which was that there was this huge undervote in the lieutenant governor's contest, and it was very suspicious. Georgia is one of only 5 states that uses statewide paperless electronic voting, so that really goes to the heart of this problem. It's hard to see what's missing, and it took a lot of analysis for people to notice that there was this huge undervote. But finally it was discovered. Once it was discovered, there were no paper ballots to turn to say, well, what did the original record look like? Had there been paper ballots cast in Georgia, and you had a whole number of ballots that didn't have this contest marked on them, that you'd be able to investigate that. But that's not how it worked in Georgia. So to me, it's a great example of why we need to mandate paper ballots across the country. I also like to advocate for a choice called Skip This Contest, which, in California, we have very long ballots, and people think voting is a test, and they don't have an answer for everything, and they sometimes don't vote at all because of that. And so if you added to the ballot, which I know would make the ballot longer, but if you added to the ballot the choice, for propositions, yes, no, or skip this contest, lieutenant governor, here's your candidates, or skip this contest, then the voter is making an affirmative choice. Your vote counting technology is counting something rather than there being a blank, and you have better auditing and results in that regard. And yeah, I think that the North Carolina is a great example too, where they did have paper ballots, but you had people opening them up and filling out contests that had not been marked. So that was a great example of how those down ticket races can be vulnerable in ways that sometimes people don't notice. But I'm glad you brought that up, and I hope that could be a reason why we move to requiring paper ballots nationwide.
Yeah, let me just say something more broadly about your question about the Senate, and unfortunately, I think it's purely political, and as an escapee from Washington, D.C., it's unlikely that the Senate will, in any case, pass H.R. 1, but all of those provisions in H.R. 1 are really important nationwide, and where the push needs to be for change in those democracy initiatives is at the state and local level, and that's where the change is going to take place.
Okay. I'm going to go very quickly here, and then all the way in the back. Yes, the gentleman in the V-neck. Ann has to step away for a brief moment, and then we're going to wrap up because we're running a few minutes long. So we're going to take these last 2 questions. My apologies. There will be other panels, other panelists, as well as the Secretary of State, so there'll be other opportunities for questions today. Yes.
Okay, so I have 2 real quick questions. One, you were talking about how things can be put on the internet that steer people in the wrong direction. What can we do to encourage social media and other sources to vet any falsehoods that might be put out? And the second one has to do with, can we possibly go to biometrics to be able to, instead of a signature, or you could do both, a thumbprint or some kind of scan or something that would then identify the individual, where now somebody can actually forge a signature?
Yeah. Regarding what was your first question?
That was to do with
Oh, the social media. So the Secretary of State, I'm sure we'll talk about this at lunchtime, but there's a new department at the Secretary of State's office called Vote Sure, and it's where people can go and check and file complaints about questionable information that's circulating on the internet. The other thing that you can do is you can promote reliable election websites, and this is the other thing that county government can do to help. If the county government, if you go to a website that's .gov, then you're at a government website and it can be trusted. Things aren't in the .gov domain that aren't government sites. So if you're at Secretary of State's website, it ends in .gov. If you're at Santa Clara County site, it's probably .gov, although some might be .us or I see people shaking their heads. But you want to make .org, but you want to make sure you're at an official government site, and you can trust that. So I like to steer people to those. We also steer people to sites like Voters Edge, which is done by MapLight and the League of Women Voters. That's an excellent resource. I see someone in the back nodding for that. So, find the good resources. Our website, calvoter.org, directs you to all the reliable websites, and we get a lot of traffic, so that would be one thing that you could do. And I appreciate your wanting to do that, because we all have to do what we can to help people find reliable election information in this age of disinformation and fake news. Regarding the biometric idea, people have talked about that. The challenge is, we have difficulties dealing with the technology that we have right now in county election offices. I think it would be fairly advanced. There are privacy considerations about how do you protect that kind of personal information for voters. We already are having a hard time protecting the existing personal information that we collect about voters. So until we find a way to do that, I would not be supportive of moving to a security system that used biometrics. I'm aware of the problems with signature verification. It's an issue CVF has worked on for 5 years now. We've gotten the law changed through a bill last year, we and other people, SB 759, that now requires counties to contact voters if their signature gets rejected and give them a chance to provide a valid signature so their ballot will be counted instead of rejected. So we are making some improvements in California to create some fail-safes to make sure that that signature doesn't end up being a barrier for people to vote. It's probably the most important thing that we could do to educate people about voting in California is to let them know if you vote by mail that you need to sign the envelope. You need to sign it the way you signed your voter registration application. If you don't remember what that looks like, you can re-register to vote online, and your signature on your driver's license or state ID is going to be the signature that becomes your voting signature, and then you can match it.
I'm going to take that one last question, and Stephanie, if you can find a way to fold any answer in from right back here. Thank you.
Good morning. Great program today. Good job, Supervisor Simitian. My name's Otto Lee. I'm a recovering former elected official in Sunnyvale. In any case, so I've been on the ballot many times, and one of the things I noticed now is Oregon and Washington has gone all mailed in, right? Do you see that as the potential panacea? Because now I think California's already surpassed the 50% point of mail-in ballots. Do you think going to full mail-in might be able to solve a lot of the problems you talked about in terms of software and open source and all those issues?
Okay, just one of the things that the 36-year incumbent that I defeated was implicated in was cheating in elections on absentee ballots. In North Carolina 09, a big part of the problem was the treatment of absentee ballots. I don't see this as a panacea, and vote by mail has the security hole that no one knows how to fix, that an insider at the Board of Elections can do damage that can't be traced. Someone in Clackamas County, Oregon, 2 years ago was actually convicted for filling in the down ballot races as she was working on counting the ballots. So there are real concerns and issues with vote by mail. I don't think it's a panacea. I also wanted to say in response to the previous question about social media, there really is a role for the voters and society at large in being responsible, learning to be responsible about checking your information. And as much as it is on the shoulders of the tech companies, it is also on our shoulders as the people, and on our shoulders as the people who train the next generation coming up. And that's huge. Part of this really is the responsibility of society at large to be responsible about checking information?
Kim?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We get asked that a lot. One reason why I don't think going to all vote by mail is the right solution for California is because California is not like Oregon and Washington in that our state is much more diverse. We have many languages spoken in California. We have people who need assistance. They go to polling places or vote centers so they can get assistance. We have a very complicated voting process. And in my county, which moved to the new Voters' Choice Act model, which you'll probably hear about at lunch too, we have a system where every registered voter is mailed a ballot automatically, and then they have a number of ways to return it. And most ballots cast were vote by mail ballots, but many people utilize those vote centers. They wanted to go to a place where there was somebody in person who would accept their ballot, that they would be confident that it had been received, and that it would be counted. So I think that there needs to be a hybrid process. That's what we have in California. We'd like to see more uniformity. You know, if we had a system where every voter in the state was mailed a vote by mail ballot and every voter in the state had access to vote centers, that might be a great alternative. But right now what we have is what I call the mother of all optional election laws, which is the Voters' Choice Act, which says that counties can move to this new model and have vote centers, or they can stick with what I call the classic model and keep their local polling places and not open vote centers. So it creates some confusion, but I think in time, hopefully we'll get to more uniformity and less confusion for our voters.
Thank you very much. We've run a little bit long, but we started a little bit late. So first, a thank you to Stephanie and Kim and to Ann Ravel, who stepped in. And we will come back in 10 minutes for our next panel. We're scheduled for 11:15, but why don't we call it 11:20? Restrooms down the hall and to the right. As I say, there's still beverages and some light refreshments in the back.
All right, is this working? Excellent. Everyone, also thank you again for coming. We have an excellent panel here for the technology and voting election technology panel. We have here Ben Adida. He is the co-founder and director of VotingWorks. It's a nonprofit that builds secure and affordable voting solutions. He's led product and engineering teams at lots of places, Harvard Medical School, Mozilla, Square, Clever. And he's been doing software and security for over 2 decades. He has his PhD from MIT. We have Barbara Simons here. She is a former president of the Association for Computing Machinery, and she is also formerly of IBM Research. She has received many awards. She's also the first woman to ever receive the Distinguished Engineering Alumni Award from UC Berkeley, and she has her PhD in computer science from there. She's published broadly on voting security and has been on the board of advisors of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission since 2008. And then finally, we have Philip Stark over here. He is the professor of statistics and associate dean of the Division of Mathematical and Physical Sciences at UC Berkeley. Did I get that right? Excellent. He's published more than 150 articles and books, served on the editorial boards of several scientific journals, and lectured in more than 25 countries. And he's consulted for entities at all levels of government, from the DOJ to the California Highway Patrol and everything in between. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for doing this. Let's get started with an easy question. Why is voting security hard? Ben, we'll start with you.
Sure. Welcome, everybody. It's good to be here. Looking forward to your questions and to this panel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Voting security is hard because voting is unlike anything else that we do as a species, I would say. In every other human activity, we have referees we can call upon, entities we can trust. You pick a bank to trust. Your bank knows a lot about your financial history and helps you get a mortgage, maybe or maybe not. Voting isn't like that. We all have to come together without a third-party referee that can make the decisions for us, and we have to agree on how we decide the will of the people. And because it's so different in that threat model, because there isn't a single third party you can designate to count all the votes in secret, it's very, very difficult to do that. It's very difficult to achieve the will of the people without that referee, and most importantly, with the secret ballot. So I could talk for hours about this, but I want to give my co-panelists a chance to chime in too.
Barbara?
Is this on? Yeah. Well, the secret ballot, of course, is critical. If we didn't have a secret ballot, a lot of these issues would be easier to deal with. It would be easier to check certain kinds of things that we just can't check now because we value the secret ballot. And I would just like to say that there have been some efforts to encourage people to sign away their right to a secret ballot, for example, by internet voting advocates, which I think would be a grave mistake. There are certain rights that we just should not be allowed to sign away, in my opinion, because if your ballot can be exposed, if you, for example, can be coerced, or if your ballot can be bought, it impacts all of us. So it's in the general good that we maintain the secret ballot, and of course that's going to continue making elections hard. I just want to say make one general comment. Yes, elections are hard, but they, I think, are sometimes made harder than necessary, in part because we do not fund them adequately. I'll take a pause. Election officials, by and large, are underfunded and under-resourced, and I mean, before I got involved with this, I had no appreciation of how much work it is to run an election and how frequently this happens, and how exhausting it is, having been a poll worker. And election officials have that basically, 10 times or 100 times over what I experienced. So I hope that one important recommendation we should all be making is that we should provide more funding for our elections.
Dr. Stark? Yep.
So, is this on? I can't tell. Yeah, you can hear me. It's kind of a perfect storm of something that's very high stakes, that is underfunded, that a lot of the staffing is volunteer staffing that comes together for election day poll workers, et cetera. The technology that's being used is old and wasn't great when it was new. There's a lack of training around. The anonymity is an incredibly important, complicating factor. It's not like banking, where you get a statement at the end of the month and you can see if the money went the right place, and if not, there's some recourse. The fact that we want to vote anonymously, it's important for us to vote anonymously, really complicates that aspect of the security. And then on top of everything else, it all happens in a relatively condensed period of time, especially if you're voting in the polling place, on Tuesday. That makes the rush all the matter. So.
If I can add one point to that, this is a point that we often forget when we're talking about why elections are so hard to run, and we look to other democracies around the world and we ask, why are we having such difficulty and they seem to have less difficulty? One of the very first questions I asked as a grad student in this field to a political scientist at MIT was, why can't we count votes by hand? I've seen other countries count votes by hand. And he said, oh, let me tell you about, a federal government, right? The federal government, the state government, the local governments. Let me tell you about what that does to elections. And it's this very simple point that we don't want to think about because it's almost too simple. We have, especially if you're here in the Bay Area, 20 questions, sometimes 30 questions on our ballot, sometimes more. In many Western democracies, you have one question, maybe two. We also are a country that is particularly diverse, and we support many different languages. We don't have one official language, so we have ballots in LA County sometimes in 12 different languages. And the fact that we have ballots in different languages, the fact that we have sometimes 30 questions on the ballot, that inherently means that counting by hand becomes impossible to reconcile with the speed at which we want to deliver results for elections, and also the level of accuracy that we want, because unfortunately counting by hand when you have a very complicated ballot is extremely error prone. And so it all comes down to this idea that we've got all these questions on the ballot, a very long ballot, and that introduces equipment. And once you introduce equipment, you have security concerns, and so on and so forth. Are we ever going to change the situation where we have 30 questions on the ballot? I don't think so. I think that's here to stay. I think propositions are here to stay. If anything, I think we're going to see more and more propositions on the ballot. And so I think when you think about the complexity of elections in the US, as opposed to other countries, you have to keep in mind that peculiarity we have, and it's never going to go away.
Of course. Another thing that makes it complicated is that different states have different rules. In fact, rules can vary not only between states but within states. So you may have a single, be able to vote for a single party or ballot rotation. I remember the governor's election when Schwarzenegger won. How many? 168. How many? It was a huge number, and it was rotated. So each different area had them in different order, so the candidates couldn't even say, vote for the third one down or something like that. So talk about complicated ballots. That one was really a beaut.
I want to dig into a phrase that you used, threat model. So can you just kind of give us a sketch definition and sort of how you would define the threat model for American elections in 2019? I know that's a huge question.
See, I'm going to try it, and then it's going to be on video, and then I'm going to get skewered by every every security professional in the Bay Area. I will try. I think at a high level, a threat model, when you're thinking about any system that can be subverted or attacked by other parties, you think about who might attack it and what they might do and what are their incentives, right? And in any, in any situation, the defenses you build should be commensurate with the threat model. And that goes in both directions. Like if the threats are very complex and advanced, then you should have defenses that match those. And if the threats are not so complicated, then you probably don't want to invest too much in those defenses, because then whatever you're trying to do is no longer economically viable. The threat model in the case of voting is extremely complex. Every player in the system has some reason to want to affect the outcome of the election. Now, that doesn't mean everybody around us is evil, but you have to consider that we all have a stake in the outcome. And because we all have a stake in the outcome, we have to look at every part of the process and figure out how that part of the process can be subverted. An example of how this is different from everything else. A threat model for airlines, and this is a somewhat dark model, but it's one that has to be brought up. There's a lot of trust that are placed in the pilot and the co-pilot of an airplane. Now, of course, there's processes in place to vet those people, right? But ultimately, if a pilot and or co-pilot decide that they want to do something nefarious with their plane, it's going to be pretty hard to stop them in that moment. There's just not a lot you can do, right? Well, you can't really have a situation in elections where you place that much trust in any one or two people in the process. You have to think about how everything has to be checked by the people, by different parties. So I went a little bit deep, but the threat model is about who are the players, what are the things they might want to do, what are the abilities they might have to achieve a nefarious outcome, and then how do you systematically defend against those threats?
Barbara?
Well, of course, I agree with what Pin just said. And determining how serious the threat is can be a little bit, well, just because an election is a small election doesn't mean it's not important, doesn't mean that it isn't subjected to threats. So in Ontario, Canada, there's a lot of internet voting done at the municipal level. And I actually had the experience of speaking with one of the election officials there who said to me, well, because we were arguing about, well, not arguing, we were talking about how insecure internet voting is, especially the way that it was being done there. And he said, but nobody would want to subvert our election. And I think of some of the local elections that I've experienced where there have been huge fights, like between people who want to do development, people who want to do preservation. It could be a very small area, and especially like in a place like small towns in Ontario, I imagine these things occur quite a bit. So it's not just the presidential election that we have to worry about. I mean, there's a threat model at many different levels.
I guess I want to turn this around slightly, and the focus since 2016 at least has been on an adversarial threat model with people actively, trying to subvert the election process, the tally process, the reporting process, not to mention the social hacks around what people are going to intend to vote for. But a lot of the things that can remediate this are things that are just part of general good process control. to protect against innocent errors, misconfiguration of the equipment, all kinds of things that can go wrong, even in the absence of a malicious opponent who's actively trying to subvert what's going on. And I really think that we don't even need to attribute anything to malice. Errors are going to happen. The question is, are they material? Do they change the reported outcome of the election? And so, kind of hardening all of these processes and emphasizing the evidence that the election is correct. Sort of the way that I've tried to spin this in paper with David Wagner is what we want to go is from a procedure-based election system to an evidence-based election system, that the onus should be on the local election official to provide convincing evidence that the reported winners really won. And absent that convincing evidence, I don't know what we do. It's either judicial recourse or a do-over or something like that. And so the focus is on how do you build the entire process of voting, including the technology used, the procedures around it, the audits and everything else, in such a way that at the end of the day, you have convincing evidence that the reported winners really won. You have reason to trust the outcome.
So let's jump off of that for a second. A lot of the conversation has been about how wildly diverse voting systems are and threat models are in different parts of the world and in different parts of the country. But there's also got to be some core understood best practices. Because elections are, on some level, also just elections. We know what they are. So what are some of the best understood things that we know we should be doing in every election, but maybe we are, maybe we aren't?
Well, we know we should be voting on paper ballots. We know that hand-marked paper ballots are the choice, as was said in the previous panel, for voters who have the dexterity and vision to be able to independently mark a paper ballot. Ballot marking devices as an accommodation for voters who need them. We need far better security around the physical paper. I mean, people were stuffing ballot boxes and ballots were falling off a truck and on a truck long before we had electronic voting systems. So just the actual accounting for the paper rigorously, appropriate use of physical seals, logging of the seals, two-person custody rules, all kinds of things like that to make sure the election materials are kept safe, and checking at the end of the day that they were. And we know that we need audits, and we have pretty good ways of doing those audits. Of course, the audits don't mean anything if what you're auditing is not itself trustworthy. That's back to the idea of creating a trustworthy paper trail of every vote and curating that paper trail to make sure that it's still trustworthy at the time the audit takes place. I think those are really the main ingredients. There's wrinkles around the edges concerning things like, is it okay to have a barcode on a ballot or not? People are arguing about that very vocally right now. Is it a good idea to have ballot marking devices for everybody or not? I'm on the side that says that's a bad idea, but there are people who believe it is a good idea, and other wrinkles. But right now, we're in a situation where a large number of jurisdictions nationally are in the process of buying or are about to buy new equipment, and an awful lot hinges on that. The efficiency of audits at the end of the day depend a lot on the design of the equipment. The costs of acquiring it, maintaining it, configuring it, replacing it, all of these things are very strongly driven, and right now are largely driven by the vendors, but we have a new one in town here, which is another part of the story. So.
Well, I think I want to let Ben have a chance to talk about his thing, but I'll just put in one comment first.
Oh, sure.
And that is voter registration databases, which were also touched on in the last panel. All databases are vulnerable. We've seen major hacks at the federal level, state level. Banks spend vast sums of money to try to protect their systems, and even they sometimes get hacked. So protecting the voter registration databases is non-trivial. So we need to make sure that good security measures are in place, and this again goes back to what I said originally, that election officials are underfunded because they need to be able to bring in strong security help, and if they don't have the money to do that, then it's difficult, impossible maybe. Also, I think one has to be careful with allowing remote access to update voter registration information. I understand why that's done. I think it's a good thing to do, but you have to make sure that the proper checks and balances are in place. We saw examples where Washington State and Maryland had such a system, and the authentication that they used was, I think, name, age, maybe address, and driver's license, Well, it turns out that in those states, if you have the first part of information, you could compute the driver's license number. And that other information is publicly available. So basically, they had no authentication if somebody really wanted to get in there and mess with the voter registration database. So one just needs to be very careful about what you use for authentication and how you do security and how you protect the systems.
Can I push for a second on that? Which is just that it seems like there's actually two things that we're talking about. There's security of voting machines and the voting process. Then there's also security of all the stuff that comes with the voting process, like registration databases, mailings, all of that. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Okay, great. So,
just to
Does it take it?
Sorry, I'm jumping on top of you, but
No
I mean,
problem.
other things in that chain were also mentioned earlier, like signature verification. And one of the questions around is there some way to make that more reliable or accurate? Currently, a lot of places are using electronic signature verification in a way that they're not even kind of measuring false positives and false negatives. They're just kind of trusting the equipment to do the right thing.
and that is not best practices to be.
I wouldn't think so.
Did you just ask a statistician, a master statistician, if ignoring false positives is not a good thing? No, that must drive you crazy. I'll briefly mention, in case folks are wondering what the comment was about a new vendor in town, but I want to focus on the general topic. VotingWorks, the organization that my co-founder and I started a few months ago, is building open source as a nonprofit. We're building open source voting equipment as a vendor. We believe software has to be maintained and supported to succeed, that we can't just put some code out there and have folks use it. Thank you. And I'm happy to talk about it offline. I don't want to take up too much time here, but in case you wanted that context, that's what we're talking about. And so I think in the interest of having the hard debates, right? Because I don't think you're going to have anybody up here today saying, I'm not sure about this requirement for paper ballots. I think we should go back to those paperless voting machines. I doubt you're going to hear anybody say that today. But I think there are some really important disagreements that we need to be having as honest intellectual debates. And one of those is around the hand-marked paper ballots versus the ballot marking devices. And I want to frame this very carefully, because what's really important to me is that in 20 years that I've been involved in elections in some way or another, everybody I've met wants secure elections available to all. So this is really not a question about like who's good and who's evil, or who's doing the right thing or who's doing the wrong thing. In about 10 years of working on products in Silicon Valley, one of the hardest things I had to learn as a security trained person is that sometimes the thing that is one notch more secure has other downsides that neuter or otherwise make that advantage in security a little more questionable. And so what I want to do is, when we're talking about this question of how should we mark these ballots, is look at all the pros and cons and debate them openly, right? So I would agree with Philip that hand-marked paper ballots provide a level of verification by voters in the moment that is going to be difficult, I don't think impossible, but at least difficult to match by a ballot marking device. And that is a machine where you interact with a touch screen and it prints a paper ballot that as a voter you're looking at and casting, right? So there is still this paper ballot, there is still a verification of paper. That is never in question. Where things might be a little bit different is when you consider the fact that there are 7.5 million blind people in the US. When you consider the fact that there are many more people who may not be blind, may not even admit that they have visual impairments, but they do. And the 10-point or 12-point font on the ballot is sometimes difficult for them to negotiate. Millions of people are in that situation. 14% of Americans are illiterate. 21% of American adults read at a lower than 5th grade level. We are dealing with a situation that is inconvenient. It is inconvenient to think about everything it takes to give everybody access to the ballot. It would be so convenient if we could assume that everybody can read a paper ballot and everybody can mark it, and everybody can mark a paper ballot when there's ranked choice voting on the ballot, which is really hard, by the way. If you've been in San Francisco and you're trying to mark a ranked choice ballot on paper with bubbles or arrows, you know how hard that can be. So this is not this is inconvenient. It's inconvenient because we know that like hand-marked paper is great, and we also know that we've got these disadvantages. And so the typical solution that folks often go to is, well, why don't we have two systems? Let's have paper, hand-marked paper for most folks, and for folks who need it, we'll have these ballot marking devices. And where I think there's another inconvenient point is that a lot of folks would rather use the machine because they have these mild impairments, but they don't really want to go up to the poll worker and say, you know what, I'm getting older, I can't see as well as I used to, and I would really like a screen that can blow up the font. That's not an easy conversation to have with somebody you don't know. It's not an easy conversation to have to say, I'm not that literate, and it would be really helpful if if a machine could read out the ballot to me as I can see the words, but like sometimes, reading Lieutenant Governor is harder than what we assume it to be. So I say all these things not to say that it is obvious that we should have everybody using a ballot marking device. But I say it as somebody who's built a number of products and who is now building a product to try to help everyone vote and putting accessibility as a top requirement, because I don't think we have fair elections if we just dismiss folks who have these impairments in voting. I think we have to include everybody. There are cons to hand-marked paper ballots for folks who don't have a clear disability. There are disadvantages, and we should consider them. And either way, we should build better ballot marking devices, because I think a lot of the ones on the market today are just terrible. So, sorry, that was a little long-winded.
Thank you for picking a fight, Ben.
Yeah,
So I completely agree that people may be shy about asking for assistive technology. There are problems currently in the country where an accessible device is not set up until and unless someone asks for it, a voter, and then the poll workers might not necessarily know how to set it up or haven't practiced. All kinds of things can go wrong. This is a little bit ironic, but my biggest concern about ballot marking devices is the security model, the threat model. And so here I am talking above my pay grade.
I don't think it's above your pay grade. I think you're good.
The fundamental problem with ballot marking devices, from my perspective, is the only entity that can check whether they're functioning correctly is the voter. It's only the voter knows what he or she touched on the screen and can compare what was printed out to what he or she touched on the screen and see whether it was the same as the review screen, et cetera. In most of election technology, there's a way for the election official or auditors to make an end run around it and check whether something happened correctly. So for instance, if you have a hand-marked paper ballot, auditors can check whether the equipment interpreted that ballot correctly, at least for modern equipment. They can check whether the interpretation was correct. But auditors can't check whether what is printed on the paper is what the voter intended. Only the voter can do that. All right, so why is that a problem? Well, what if a machine has been misconfigured or misprogrammed or hacked or something like that? Let's suppose we have a tight contest that's roughly 50-50 split between two candidates. We have a precinct where maybe 400 people voted. It was close to 200, and malicious programming or something else flips half a dozen votes from one candidate to the other. Okay? The evidence right now is that most voters do not check the ballot marking device printout, so most of them are not going to notice a problem because they're not going to look. The evidence right now is that those who look are unlikely to notice mistakes, that the typical time spent, at least in one study, looking at these printouts was about 7 seconds, which is not long enough for a California-style ballot to figure out what's going on. If they notice an error, what are they going to do? The best possible thing that will happen is they'll go to a poll worker and request a fresh ballot to start over. Okay? What is the poll worker going to do? Well, may hear a story about, I touched blah, 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 but the vote showed up for somebody else. Can I have a fresh ballot? So first of all, along the lines of people being concerned about revealing that they would like a larger font size, some people feel that if the ballot doesn't show what they intended, that was their mistake and they're embarrassed to reveal their mistake to poll workers as well. So there's a bit of an admission of something in that. The poll worker, by and large, is going to assume that this was voter error, not the machine misbehaving. And there's no feedback mechanism in the way we conduct elections right now, so that if, for example, 3 voters said, this machine flipped my vote from A to B, anything happens, right? The machine is not going to be taken offline. It's not going to be invested forensically. There's nothing to close the loop. So the only opportunities that people get the only way that the system corrects itself is those particular voters who noticed getting another chance to vote. That's not a proper security mechanism that flags something as being questionable and closes the loop properly. So I think that as a result of that, ballot marking devices are an enormous security risk. People, by and large, are not going to check, but even if they did, the evidence is they're not good at noticing, but even if they did, what's the best thing that happens? Even if 1 vote in 10 is getting changed, you may get 1 vote in 100 actually getting corrected.
So I'd like to address ballot marking devices also. First of all, Ben, your concern about people needing these systems and not asking for them, I think that's a valid concern, and I think there's an obvious way to address it, which is that they should be set up initially, as opposed to what happens to our friend Noah Runyon every time he votes. He's blind, and every time he votes, he has a real hassle. They should be set up initially and operating, and the poll worker should invite anybody who wants to use them. And that way they don't have to admit that they may have vision problems from being older, like some of us, that they have literacy problems. They can just say, yeah, I'd like to use that. So I think that particular thing could be handled pretty straightforwardly. A concern I have about ballot marking devices that hasn't been mentioned yet, well, there are two concerns. One is the ones that are available today, and I know that Ben might be developing one which is a lot cheaper, but the ones that are available today are very expensive. And there are states where the vendor is pushing for the entire state, this is happening in Georgia, to purchase ballot marking devices. That is vastly more expensive than were they to purchase a system for hand-marked paper ballots with ballot marking devices for people who need them, so that every polling place would have a ballot marking device, but voters who are comfortable doing hand-marked paper ballots would have that option. So cost is one issue. Another is voter disenfranchisement. If you have only ballot marking devices to vote on, then if there aren't sufficient number, or if some of them go down, you could have long lines. We saw these with direct recording electronic systems, the old touchscreen machines. This was a major problem in many of our past elections, where you see these long lines sneaking around blocks. A lot of people can't afford to wait in line. They just can't, or they may not have the physical stamina to wait in line. So if there are hand-marked paper ballots, then even if the scanner that counts them goes down, voters can be given the option of marking these paper ballots and depositing them in a ballot box to be tabulated later. So that's another concern.
I think the main thing I want to add is, I agree with a lot of the points that were just made. What I am now advocating for the idea that these are not concerns, right? What I'm trying to say is that we're in an inconvenient place where there's pros and cons, and it's hard to figure out what the right thing to do is, because even as a security trained individual, I'm not okay with an outcome that maximizes that last bit of security at the expense of disenfranchising 10 million people. And so it's inconvenient, right? And how do we, and absolutely we need better BMDs. Absolutely we need cheaper BMDs. I'm hoping that we can make an impact with Voting Works, but it's going to take a lot of work, a lot of research to figure out how we make them better. And the most important point I will make is that I sincerely hope that as a community, we can continue to have these kinds of respectful debates about the pros and cons to figure out together what the right solution is. And I see a lot of that happening these days now, which hasn't always been the case, right? We've been a very emotional community when it comes to these things, because we all care about democracy and we all care about the outcome. I love these debates. I think these points are really, really strong. I also think all the points of access are strong, and I don't have a perfect solution. I do like your proposal, Barbara, that the voter gets to choose, right? And it's a choice that does not carry any judgment. It's not, you don't have to qualify for it. To be fair to folks who are debating this, I don't think that is an acceptable compromise for, I don't know if it's acceptable to you, Philip, but it probably makes you nervous, I imagine, the voter choice.
I was not imagining any test for whether somebody should be allowed to use a particular piece of
Have
equipment.
we solved it? Have we solved it then?
Sorry?
Have we solved it? It sounds like
No, I don't think so. I do want to, am I interrupting you?
Not at all.
No.
Please.
Not all ballot marking devices are created equal.
Yes, that's true.
And that's actually really important. One of the models that's getting marketed extensively right now is ES&S's ExpressVote XL with AutoCast. And I understand that Dominion has a similar offering now. The pernicious thing about it in particular is at some point in the voting ritual, after you've looked at your review screen, you get to say either print my ballot and hand it back to me or print my ballot and cast it. But the ballot has not been printed at the time you make that choice. So if you press print it and cast it for me, you never get to, the machine already knows you are not checking what it did at the point that it commits to putting the ink on the paper. This is been called by Andrew Appel license to cheat, right? It's kind of like VW's Dieselgate problem. If the system can know when it's being tested, it can be programmed to misbehave only when it's not being tested. And so that's just an absolutely terrible security design. And I understand one of the other major vendors has a similar offering right now.
One thing I want to dig into a little bit more is sort of the economics of all of this. 'Cause we keep saying that there's price issues and that it's expensive to keep these things maintained and running and auditing them. I just was wondering if you had some more comments on just the economics of what it takes to run an election. Dr. Simons?
Oh, well, we're talking about machines. Obviously, if you have things like these DREs, direct recording electronic, or ballot marking devices, you have to worry about storage. Well, whenever you have a computer, you have to worry about storage, actually. So with scanners as well, you have to make sure that nobody can access these, because scanners are computers. And you want to make sure that nobody can access them in an unauthorized way and implant malware on them. So storage of these systems is a cost. Maintenance is also a cost, and my understanding is that, and there are folks here who could say more about this than I, but my understanding is that in many of these cases, the vendors make the bulk of their money from maintenance. And there are even some situations where the local election officials can't provide their own maintenance. Okay, I see some nods. So those are additional costs. I would say that one thing that I think would be helpful, just in general, would be if there were more public information about these various contracts, including the maintenance contracts, so that people could see what's being paid, what other people are paying for things, so they can negotiate better with the vendors, just in terms of trying to keep costs down.
So the equipment itself is generally relatively inexpensive, almost commodity hardware in a proprietary plastic box. Very often the underlying technology, a lot of these things goes back to like Windows CE. I mean, this is not great stuff. But the way that the U.S. Election Assistance Commission and works for certifying voting systems at the federal level means that there's a large upfront cost to being able to market a system to any jurisdiction that relies on the federal certification. I think the estimate is on the order of $1 to $3 million for certification typically. And systems need to be vetted as a whole, not individual components. It's not done in a modular way. So in order for it to be a voting system, it has to have a way of recording, tallying, reporting, laying out ballots, all of these other things. So this leads to these very big monolithic systems where even individual components can't be upgraded to take advantage of new technology. Even the parts that are essentially commodity parts, like a high-speed scanner, can't necessarily be swapped out for something else. So there's an enormous barrier to entry. Because the systems are proprietary, there isn't a competitive market for supporting them either, that there's a lot of vendor lock-in in the maintenance costs. And because the systems are monolithic in this way, you can't just replace pieces of them in a simple and economical way. So you end up getting locked into obsolescent or obsolete technology where you can't upgrade individual pieces. There's no interoperability standards, although people are working on that now, NIST and the EAC and others, and no competitive market for support. So if the hardware were being sold as office equipment instead of voting equipment, it would be essentially the same guts at a quarter the price, fifth the price, something like that. The maintenance costs could probably be divided by 10. Once you have a competitive market for supporting these things. And on the first panel, I think somebody mentioned a figure of about $10 million for building an open source voting system. I would put the number closer to $50 to $60 million, but include in that number seed money for small businesses to get a competitive market for support going for the open source systems. And that's going to be an incredibly important part of the infrastructure to make a transition to less expensive, more maintainable, more transparent, more secure systems possible.
Just have one quick comment. So one observation that I made years ago when I started working in this area, which I thought was kind of, disturbing, is because of the type of certification that we have, the system, as Philip said, is certified, the whole system. If it then turns out that a component, like, for example, a Microsoft database that's used in the Diebold machine, has a vulnerability and they want it up, so they send out a fix. If you implement that fix on your system, in theory, you are no longer certified because
No,
you've got to be recertified.
Not
So-
in theory, for real. You are no longer certified. Yeah.
So it's a catch-22. If you want to maintain your system as you should, you can't, because you can't afford to go through it all again.
Yep. If I can add one thing, like, I agree with everything that was mentioned. I want to also add some praise to the folks at the Elections Assistance Commission who are now working on and have released for public comment the Voluntary Voting Systems Guideline 2.0, which is more yes, we can clap for, yes, that's always good when we clap for standards, which is an unusual thing, but version 2.0 includes modularity, so we can do things in more modular cases. There's also a separation between the principles and the requirements, so the requirements can evolve more quickly as technology changes, while the principles of design are kept fixed, and I think that's actually a really important designation. I want to make one additional point on the economics, and this is just to add above and beyond the excellent points that Philip and Barbara just made. When you look at the progress of off-the-shelf hardware over the last 10 years, 12 years, it is stupendous. Just look at the first iPhone, which is 2008, which anybody had a Palm Pilot before iPhones? Yeah. Do you remember this touchscreen calibration dance you had to do on the Palm Pilot where you were like tapping the crosshairs across the Palm Pilot, right? That was touchscreens before the iPhone. Those are the touchscreens that exist on most of today's voting machines. The voting machine is kind of the last place where you want to be able to touch one place and another place lights up on the screen, right? Like that's like the worst case scenario. When you hear stories like that in the press, most of the time it's not that anybody was evil, it's just that that touchscreen wasn't calibrated because it's using technology from pre-iPhone, right? So when you look at the progress of off-the-shelf hardware, and the first iPhone was revolutionary, but that was 11 years ago. And if you remember, it's tiny. The first iPhone is like super small, and the screen, the number of pixels, actually like there's as many pixels in one icon on today's iPhone as there was on the entire iPhone in 2008. That's stupendous progress. And today, none of that progress makes it into voting equipment. None of it, right? Everything is reinvented. So one of the things that I think we want to do as a community, and when we think about the standards, we want to enable that progress to make it into voting equipment. Because a lot of that progress has some really exciting security features. Barbara is completely right to be concerned about the storage of voting equipment. What happens to the voting equipment when it's not being used and when it's gathering dust? Well, if you're using a modern secure boot system like a Chromebook or like an iPad, you have incredibly strong properties of factory reset. You can, in a couple of presses, get the thing back to factory settings with trusted boot from the hardware on up and have very strong confidence that unless somebody went in with a soldering iron and like changed everything within the hardware, that this thing is actually running the software that is supposed to be running, right? Why don't we have that kind of security technology in our voting machines? Partly because it's been hard and it hasn't really been incentivized to use off-the-shelf hardware in voting equipment. And I think we should see a lot more of that. And then the economics change dramatically if we're able to do that.
All right, I have one last lightning round question, then we have to go to audience questions.
Oh,
but
cool.
Lightning round question that I would be remiss in asking in a technology and voting security panel is election hacking, guys. How much should we be worried? How should we be thinking about this? Because election hacking is a phrase that seems to mean 5 different things, from messaging on Facebook to actually messing with registers of voter databases to messing with the hardware itself.
Yeah.
Just quick.
I have a quip that's based on something Philip said and something that was said on the earlier panel. I think we want evidence of absence of problems, not absence of evidence of problems, right? We want to know that nothing went wrong, right? And so we need evidence for that, period. That's what I would say.
Oh, election hacking. I think that since the 2016 election, everybody is much more sensitive to the threat of election hacking. We do know that voter registration databases were probed and a couple were broken into. We don't, as Stephanie said, we don't know for sure about all of the voting systems themselves because they weren't really checked out. In some cases, you couldn't check them because there was no paper. What I find kind of mind-blowing is that people on the one hand will say, yes, we need paper, and the other hand say, but internet voting would be so much easier. Or cell phone voting, because that's the latest thing. And the fact is, of course, if we move to internet voting, and cell phone voting is internet voting, we will just be opening ourselves up to even greater threat of election hacking, because then you could hack it from anywhere. And just to expand on that again a little bit, we heard, and again in the last panel, that the machine is not connected to the internet and therefore it's secure. And the fact is, just because it's not connected to the internet doesn't mean it can't be hacked. Those of you, probably many of you remember the Stuxnet, the Iranian centrifuges, remember that? When suddenly the Iranian centrifuges started spinning wildly out of control, and it turned out they'd been hacked. Well, not the centrifuges actually. What was hacked was the machines that were controlling the centrifuges. And that was the Stuxnet virus. So with our voting systems, we have computers that are preparing the ballots for each new election. And sometimes there are small little companies which do this for a number of states where they have a small number of employees and probably have really inadequate security. If these machines can be hacked and you can get malware on the machines when they then provide the software for the actual voting machines, because they produce the ballot marking, the ballot definition files, they can then infect the voting machines themselves, just as the centrifuges were infected even though they weren't connected to the internet. So simply saying that the machine is not connected to the internet does not guarantee that it's secure. One other one other myth that's promulgated about security is there are so many different kinds of systems out there, nobody can hack them all. And we've heard this multiple times. It, of course, ignores the fact that we have an electoral college where we have a small number of key states. And you don't have to hack everything. You just need to hack maybe a few places in a few key states to change the result of an election. So, so these are two myths that are used to justify, to claim that something is secure, which really isn't.
We should be very concerned. To start, I mean, paper, creating a paper record, curating the paper well, and I don't mean picking and choosing which records you keep, but taking care of it well, and checking the results against the paper is really our best defense against all of this stuff. The number of vectors there are for hacking is absolutely enormous. I'm talking about hacking the vote recording and tabulation process, not social hacks of people's preferences. There are supply chain attacks. A lot of the underlying hardware is coming from other countries. Chinese chips or boards or this or that going into things. Then there's the vendor itself, and a number of the major vendors are actually partisan players. Then there's the configuration of the equipment, and as Barbara mentioned, there are contractors that are very, very small operations, mom and pop, that are configuring thousands of voting machines in different states. They're incredibly vulnerable. In 2016, there were some phishing attacks against a manufacturer of vote reporting technology and election officials who were using that technology from their list. Then there's insider issues, of course, not to call anybody into question here, but it's always a possibility. Then after you've aggregated the votes, there's attacks on how the votes are reported, and very often the loop isn't closed to kind of confirm that the local results really do, whether from the precinct or from the county, make it properly onto the state database, and a lot of that is outsourced to other companies, including companies that are based in foreign countries. So like all of these things are vectors, and the best thing that we can do is create a reliable paper record, keep track of the paper record, and use the paper record to check and correct the electronically reported results as necessary.
Dr. Simon, you get the last word.
Well, so just one quick, just to summarize what you're saying, Philip. We really can't make secure elections, in my opinion. As long as we have computers, we can't have secure elections. But what we can have is resilient elections. What we need to be able to do is, even if we are attacked, or even if there's just a software bug in the counting equipment, that we can recover from that. And that's why we need voter marked paper ballots and risk limiting audits to check on the computers that do the tabulation, to check on the whole system, basically. And if we have those things, then we can protect ourselves against attack. That election doesn't have to be secure, it just has to be resilient.
Thank you, everybody, so much. That was excellent. We have some time for Q&A now. So if you're interested, wave your hand. Oh, sorry. When do you want to run up and grab a microphone? There you go. Just tell me where. Blue shirt, closer to the aisle. Yeah. Yes.
Thanks. I've been a precinct officer for many years, and I consider the provisional ballot to be a wonderful thing in terms of resilience, but I wonder if you would agree with that, or does it expose security concerns that non-provisional ballots don't have attached to them?
I guess I see them more as a threat to vote anonymity than to security per se. There are places where the signature verification process isn't ideal. You're, of course, relying on databases to figure out whether someone has already voted, whether this provisional vote should count or not. If the style of the ballot is different from the ballot style someone would otherwise be voting on, it can help to re-identify who voted it, et cetera. I don't see them specifically as an additional threat to security.
Just one quick comment, and we know that different states treat provisional ballots differently. And that's an issue. I mean, it's just a matter of people having the same rights in all states. The United States is different from most countries where we allow different states to make their own rules. And that actually impacts our election results to some extent.
I have nothing to add.
Excellent.
That's a good answer, yeah.
Front row. I'm just kind of trying to be geographically diverse.
Hi, I'm Tim Flanagan, CIO and Registrar from Solano County. And we're under a rush right now to replace our voting system because we've been decertified, along with about a couple dozen other counties in California. And we have a rush to industry now to implement and select new systems along with 24, 30 other counties. I'm just curious what kind of security concerns you see introduced by a rush to the market here with all of these players choosing from two systems at the same time that have to be in by March. And how can we mitigate for those security concerns?
Did you say by March?
Yeah, by the March primary.
Oh, by the March primary.
Excuse me, the March 1.
Okay. It's like maybe 3 weeks? Yeah. I think the biggest risk probably will be has to do with the processes you have to implement around new equipment. I mean, you're going to pick from equipment that's out there. It will have the flaws that it has, it will have the advantages that it has, but the biggest specific risk to the rush is that now you may have new processes for setting up the machines, new processes for securing them, new processes for training your election workers and whatnot. So I think the training and the operational aspect of that is probably the biggest risk of what a rush will create. Yes, there's lots of criticism of existing systems. I don't think that's different whether it's rushed or not. I think that the rush is about operational stuff.
It feels like it's exactly the wrong time to buy a new voting system. That kind of, in roughly 18 months, there with luck will be some much better options that'll be much more affordable to acquire, configure, maintain, et cetera. If you're stuck with what the current commercial vendors are offering right now, there are things to be alert to, like that ES&S ExpressVote XL AutoCast feature, which has no business being on any voting machine. There are systems that are easier to audit than others, and I guess California SB 360 requires that jurisdictions purchase things that are auditable at the ballot level. So systems that can create a cast vote record for individual ballots, so that's an electronic representation of voter intent, in a way that you can go find the corresponding paper ballot and check whether the electronic system did it correctly. Whether it correctly interpreted the ballot. So that can really greatly increase the efficiency of auditing at the end of the day, and there's no way around the need to audit. So I would say, my recommendation would be go for hand-marked paper ballots for the voters who can do that, with an accessible option for voters who benefit from that. Optical scan is great. From a security perspective, there's trade-offs between precinct count and central count. Some people like precinct count because it provides overvote protection in the precinct, and in some cases can provide faster reporting. I personally prefer central count optical scan for a number of reasons. One is the scanners themselves are more reliable and more accurate. And the other is because the ballots have been separated further from the voter, you're more likely to preserve anonymity than you would with precinct count, and it makes it possible to imprint ballots with identifying numbers as they're scanned without risking voter privacy or vote anonymity. And that makes this association between the cast vote record and the paper easiest, which makes the audit as efficient as it can be.
Last question. Back row, light colored shirt.
Thanks. So there's one point of view that the only reason that there's so much attention and like $380 million of federal money and so forth being paid to election security right now, which is not a new problem, is that 2016 was a surprise. And that if 2020 turns out not to be a surprise, then all the attention and the momentum is going to go away. Is this something that you share as a concern? And if so, what are your strategies for keeping that momentum going after 2020?
Well, if I just comment quickly on that. People don't look at 2018 as having been a surprise, at least I haven't heard that expressed a lot, but we found out recently that the government was actively involved in trying to protect our voting system in 2018. In particular, the DOD was going after Russian trolls, and so we were under attack in 2018 also, so people should keep that in mind. I think in terms of enemy countries wanting to impact our elections, I can see that 2018 wasn't such a big deal. It's 2020 that matters. And so I am very concerned about 2020. I am extremely concerned. Verified voting is hoping to be able to put in place a way to verify the results of the 2020 election. It's not going to be easy, and we won't be able to verify everything, but at least some of the swing states, I shouldn't say verify, I should say validate the results. I think that would be helpful if we can pull that off and we can demonstrate to people that the results, the declared results, at least at the federal level, were correct. Because of course, it's bad for democracy when people don't trust the outcome of elections.
I'll add one thing, which is I think you're absolutely right. There's a risk that public perception changes based on things that actually have little to do with what actually happened, right? And so they have to do with like whether a result meets an expectation, not with how that result was achieved. So yeah, I am worried about that. And I think a lot of election officials who've been at this for decades, many of them, already know that you have to just work steadily at improving things as best you can. And when you get a wave of public excitement around something, then you ride that wave, right? And you use that to improve systems. And when you don't have the wave, then you paddle harder, right? But ultimately, yes, I think it's a threat that public perception really impacts how much funding and attention is paid to it. And the folks in this space, many of the folks in this room, the election officials that work hard for many, many years, they know that they're going to have to keep working hard at this like they always have, no matter what.
And I think to the extent that we can implement paper ballots with risk-limiting audits, election officials can then show the people who vote in their area that our election has been validated. We know that the results we declared are the correct results. And I think that will remove a lot of pressure on election officials. Nobody likes being yelled at. And you could say, look, I can prove it's correct.
I'll let us go on.
Excellent. We have time for one last, hopefully short question. Over there. That's not how this works.
Ray Lutz with Citizens Oversight. We've done a lot of oversight of audits and so forth, and I think one of the things that's coming up now is what are the audits or whatever is happening inside the election officials' building is right. Now we're supposed to, they say, yeah, we're doing audits, but are the audits right? And did they do everything that they're supposed to do? And do you see that having as much transparency as possible, including access to the paper ballots and to the ballot images, the full digital images, would facilitate the oversight from the public?
I'm very concerned about the transparency and verifiability of audits. And in one version of what ended up being AB 2125, there was a lot more attention paid to ensuring that the public had access to enough information to confirm that the audit didn't stop prematurely, that it didn't stop short of a full hand count if it wasn't supposed to. Ballot images, I think, are a little bit delicate for a number of reasons. One, there's the possibility of compromising voter privacy or vote anonymity through a variety of mechanisms. The others, I think they can give false confidence that, you know, if the images don't add up correctly, is that a problem with how the images were made or a problem with how the election was tallied? There's not in general a guarantee that there's exactly one image of each piece of paper, that those images honestly represent the paper. There's an awful lot of firmware and scanners that actually does modify things at the pixel level, separate from how anybody has intentionally configured it. So I'm actually, I see pros and cons to publishing images. Giving the public physical access to ballots is obviously a security concern for elections, but having the public be able to get close enough to see what's on a ballot while the audit is happening, that I've seen happen in practice in a lot of places. That's what's happening pretty routinely in Colorado right now with their statewide risk limiting audit. But absolutely, if the audit is something that that only election officials have the evidence they need to know whether or not to trust it, then there's no reason the public should treat it as something that's increasing the trustworthiness. So.
I'll add one quick thing. I absolutely agree with the ultimate goal of having as much transparency as we can, barring the security and anonymity issues that might, security issues of, you know, voters touching ballots like after the fact. Obviously, we can't have that. The one thing I want to highlight is that it's a lovely, wonderful thing that we're introducing a whole bunch of new processes around post-election audits, risk-limiting audits right now. I think it's a very, very positive thing that I hope that we'll be helping with actually at Voting Works too. But when you introduce a new process, that is tricky. And for election officials, it is scary because they're under the microscope with everything they do. And I want to give election officials a little bit of space to try these processes, to understand them before we impose on them from the very first pilot that they do, having, you know, flashes in their face and photography for every single aspect of what they do. I think there could be a backlash to that, because what happens is if an election official makes even a small mistake and that gets reported and blown out of proportion, then you have somebody who's actually trying to help who just gets, you know, just burned at the stake in the press. So yes to the ultimate goal of as much transparency as possible, and also yes to some empathy for election workers to know that as we implement these new processes, we have to give them space to figure out how they work so they can be confident when that full transparency happens.
All right. I think that's all we have time for. Any last one word, or are we good?
Brent, I'm sorry, we're going to have to pass. I apologize, but we just
Thanks, Joe. I thought it was a public
we're going to have to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Let's
panelists.
Let's say thank you to the panel. Thank you very much.
That was excellent. Thank you very much.
And the reason I wanted to say thank you very much and wrap the panel is we are anxious to make sure we get to our Secretary of State. We're also anxious to make sure you get a chance to grab some food at the back of the room. So what I'm going to suggest is that we take 10 minutes for people to walk down the hall if they wish, grab lunch in the back. Why don't we ask the last 3 rows to be the first in the lunch line, and try and the last 3. All right, thank you very much. Hi, I think all of you have been here with us through the morning, but for those I've not yet said hi to, I'm County Supervisor Joe Simitian, and very pleased to re-welcome you or simply thank you for hanging in here for the program this morning. We've had 2 really first-rate panels, and I hope you have found them to be useful as well as informative. I know I certainly have in terms of the work that we have to do at the county. It is my pleasure now to introduce our luncheon keynote speaker, and that is California Secretary of State Alex Padilla. You have the extensive biography in your programs, so I don't need to tell you, but I will, that at the age of 28, Alex Padilla was elected President of the Los Angeles City Council, which is no small accomplishment. He served in that role for 3 terms, and then we became acquainted when he made his way to the California State Senate in 2006. And in fact, Alex and I sat literally right one behind the other. So I got to look over his shoulder and cheat on my homework that way. No, I did not do that. I forgot we were taping here. I got literally to look over his shoulder, and we got to know one another and become friends by virtue of being virtual seatmates, if you will, for 6 years during the time we overlapped. And then, of course, I think all of you know that in 2014, he was elected to be our California Secretary of State. And I'm just going to ask you now to join me in a round of thanks for reinvigorating that office. What I do want to share with you is a little more personal, and I hope you will grant me that privilege. And I want to tell you 3 things about Alex that you can't find in his official biography, and they have to do with intellect, they have to do with empathy, and they have to do with advocacy. And you will not be surprised to know that when I was looking for a colleague who had the smarts to understand the complicated issues of the state that we were working on, the guy who sat in front of me who had the bachelor's in mechanical engineering from MIT fit that description, and that is Alex. A bright guy. If you look at his legislative package, you always knew that he was working on issues that were sort of cutting edge, pushing the envelope, a little bit more complex than perhaps some of our colleagues felt they could tackle. So it was just great to have a colleague who was, first, last, and always smart. That's helpful. The second thing, though, and on a more human level is, I was struck by the fact that Alex could always work with whoever walked in the room. And there's, one of the great things about being an elected official is you have a diverse constituency, and some of your constituents are probably high-tech CEOs, and some of them are welfare moms, and some of them are classroom teachers, and some of them are union machinists, and guess what? They're all yours, and you are theirs. And not every elected official has the empathy, the understanding, the ability to get inside somebody's head and heart the way I watched Alex do repeatedly. Whoever, wherever they came from, he managed to connect and understand what brought them to the Capitol. And I was really taken with that quality as he and I worked together as colleagues. And I asked him about it, and he said, when you're the president of the LA City Council, you don't have the ability to just stand up and give speeches, and you have to actually make things work, which means you got to work with everybody in the community. And I watched him with his ability to do that. And the last thing I'll tell you is, and I want to preempt any comments from the Secretary here on this matter, I was a tough vote, and Alex would tell you that. I always had a lot of questions, and what about this, and what about that? And so I had a chance to watch Alex as an advocate with me, because I always had the questions, and here's the thing, he always had the good answers. Even if I didn't vote for his bill, which happened occasionally, even if I didn't vote for his bill, he had the good answers. He was an effective advocate because he understood the importance of being able to make the case, not simply relying on our personal relationship, not simply relying on our party affinity, but the ability and willingness as an advocate amongst his peers to make the case. So as I ask you to join me in welcoming our California Secretary of State, who was an accomplished elected official and public servant, I also ask you to join me in welcoming someone who, on a first-hand basis, I've been able to observe exhibit intellect, empathy, and advocacy skills. We need more of that in government. Please join me in welcoming California Secretary of State Alex Padilla. Alex?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank Supervisor Simitian for not just inviting me, but for convening us in this very, very timely and important conversation about election security. And before I dive into my remarks, I want to reciprocate the love fest. I take it as compliments, absolutely, and it means so much more coming from Joe Simitian, whom you know intimately here, because he's been on the school board, on the city council, in the legislature, on the board of supervisors. I've worked with a lot of elected officials as well in my nearly 20 years in office, and Joe's amongst the brightest and hardworking of them all. So congratulations to you for selecting Joe Simitian as your representative. So I thank him for pulling us together. And I thank all the other panelists that have participated in the morning and those that will participate in the afternoon, because it is not an overstatement when I say that our nation's elections are under attack. I'm going to talk over the next several minutes about what's happening at the federal level, what's happening at the state level, and what's happening at the local level throughout California, because as I'm sure Joe mentioned, as he set the stage this morning, it's ultimately county elections offices that administer the elections, right? That's where the ballots go out, that's where the ballots come back, that's where the ballots are counted, that's where ballots at times are recounted, that's where ballots are audited, all those sorts of things. And so if we are sincere when we say that the defense of our nation's election must be a top priority, then it must be a top priority for all of government, federal, state, and local. And I know from my work across the country, and especially here in California, that elections officials have taken seriously the warnings that have come from various federal agencies, the intelligence agencies in particular. Our elections have been and will continue to be a target for bad actors, both foreign and domestic, who seek to disrupt our democratic process and undermine public confidence in our elections. Elections officials know this to be true because we see it every day. And I'll just give one small, quick example. Each and every day, the internet-facing elements of the Secretary of State's website is scanned constantly. That's just the new norm, right? But in there is one of the first lessons. What does scanning mean? We got to be precise when we talk about security. The term hack is used way too loosely. Scanning is the digital equivalent of somebody kind of walking through the neighborhood, checking doorknobs to see where they're locked and where they're unlocked. They're looking for a vulnerability. Scanning doesn't in and of itself mean or constitute a hack or a breach, but those who are conducting this unauthorized activity clearly have intentions. So if we agree that the integrity of our elections is a matter of national security, then we must act accordingly. And that includes recognizing that it's elections officials at the state and at the local level who are on the front lines. We are the first responders in defending our democracy. And let's be honest, elections for far too long have been underfunded, and they've been too low of a priority for federal government, for the state government, and for county governments. The last time there was a significant investment in our elections infrastructure was in the wake of the 2000 presidential election. Remember butterfly ballots and hanging chads? Well, that actually inspired bipartisan action out of Congress when they passed the Help America Vote Act. And that led to significant investment in modernizing our elections infrastructure roughly 17 years ago. So think about that. By and large, the investments made then were in technology and equipment that is now 20 years old. The lack of sustained investment has resulted in what we are experiencing today: outdated election infrastructure and understaffed elections offices at all levels. Across the country, maybe not here in Santa Clara, but across the country, to give you an appreciation for it, there are counties with smaller populations, and therefore small budgets, who don't even have their own IT department. In addition to being outdated, our voting equipment in many jurisdictions is at, if not beyond, its life expectancy. As we're convening here today, there are some counties, including some in California, that are looking online for replacement parts for elements of voting systems that the parts are no longer produced and they're no longer supported by the manufacturers. Other counties may be utilizing operating systems that are also no longer supported by their vendors, which means there's no security upgrades or software patches that can help bring them to a more secure posture. So simply put, elections officials are ill-equipped to defend against 21st century threats. You know, we say that budgets are a reflection of our values. So again, if we genuinely value our democracy, then we must make a commitment, not a one-time commitment, not a once every 15-year commitment, but a sustained commitment to invest in our elections. Now, I do want to acknowledge one thing at the federal level. Last year, and I think you heard it from the panel that spoke just before lunch, Congress did appropriate $380 million in cybersecurity grants to states, specifically for this purpose. I will say thank you, but I will also be very clear. That $380 million was not new money. That $380 million was the final disbursement of the Help America Vote Act money that was approved after that 2000 presidential election. To be more specific and more direct, it was simply the final butterfly ballot hanging Chad money. That money was never intended to be the cyber threat of 2020 defense account. So we need the federal government to reinvest once again. But we can't just wait for the federal government to act. We know that the need is too great and the threats are too real. So I'm happy to report that after nearly 4 years of advocating as Secretary of State, the current fiscal year state budget includes $134 million for the upgrade or modernization of voting systems throughout the state of California. That was passed by the legislature, signed. That was approved by the legislature and signed into law by Governor Brown, so thank Governor Brown. But if you know Governor Brown, you know there's a catch. So to Supervisor Simitian and his colleagues, there is a local match requirement, dollar for dollar. But either way you cut it, voting systems are 50% off right now, Joe. Now is the time. Now is the time. And frankly, I'm working with now Governor Newsom to see if we can't get another round of a similar investment in the next fiscal year budget. And I will make a note because, again, something that came up in the panel prior to lunch, it's not just for purchasing the same old equipment that's been available for some time now. The money is eligible for the lease or purchase of an open source voting system, if counties so choose, and it's certified for use in California. And we even wrote language into the budget to make it available for counties to participate in open source voting system R&D, so that we can get more options on the table for counties if that is their choice. So the good news is that given the policy work that we've done, the budget success that we've had, there are now 20 counties in California that have upgraded or modernized their systems in the last couple of years. And so they now meet these higher security standards. And I'm going to talk about that more specifically in a minute. There are several others, including Santa Clara, that are somewhere in the procurement process. Either the RFP is going out, or the bids have come in and we're negotiating, or whatever the case may be. But there's a handful of counties throughout the state that are still operating on that old equipment that was tested and certified for use in California based on older standards. In 2015, California updated our security requirements. So I'm trying to get all counties to that newer standard now, right? Another item that was discussed earlier in the day. The EAC has put out for public comment the VVSG, the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines. California has its own version of that, what we call the California Voting System Standards, which is actually a little bit higher than the VVSG. So we need all counties to upgrade, and the time is now. Not only because of the security threats we see every day, not only because of the upcoming 2020 presidential election, but because there's resources to be brought to bear given the state budget. So what do I mean by these new modern standards that we want to make sure that we test to? Or what are the other security initiatives that we deploy to make sure that our votes are secure in the state of California? I'll rattle off just a couple. First of all, there is in the testing and certification process a rigorous source code review. We conduct red team testing and open-ended penetration testing. We require testing of voting systems for logic and accuracy before every election. This is done at the county level. Yes, California requires paper ballots. Paper ballots, and a voter-verified paper trail for purposes of counting the votes, recounting, and auditing as well. California prohibits our elections infrastructure from being connected to the internet. So we try to prevent, make it impossible to systematically hack or rig the election. And as has been discussed before, California requires post-election audits by every county after every election. This is a proven framework that has served California well for more than a decade. And these are just some of the best practices that I just wish that every county and every state in the country would follow. It should not have to be the case that you bring them kicking and screaming to adopt these proven best practices. But in 2016, all of our eyes were open to a whole different dimension of election security that maybe some people were aware of, but the general public kind of took for granted. Given what we saw, what we heard, what we learned in the 2016 experience on multiple fronts, right? This new foreign interference in our elections, what type of new threats there could be that could compromise the integrity of our elections, we've done a lot more in response. Through the Secretary of State's office, we've established intergovernmental partnerships at all levels of government. At the federal level, it's with the FBI, with the Department of Homeland Security, and others. At the state level, our State Office of Emergency Services, the California Highway Patrol, the National Guard, and others. And of course, at the local level, with all registrars of voters' offices and others in county governments to ensure coordinated responses to cyber, not just cyber incidents, but cyber threats as well. You all should take comfort in knowing that California is home to 6 fusion centers. These are facilities throughout the state where law enforcement officials and intelligence agencies at all levels of government are co-housed. Bay Area, Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange County, Sacramento, etc., to make it easy for these experts and officials to, in a real time, share information and intelligence about cyber threats or cyber incidents. I personally visited all 6 last year alone in the lead up to the election to make sure that we were best positioned to coordinate in the event of a threat or an actual incident. Something that I know is important to the supervisor and why we're here today. Preparing county officials to be ready has been a top priority of mine as well. While my county oversees elections in the state of California, it's counties that are responsible for the actual administration of elections, the processing of ballots, the counting of ballots, etc. And so they need to be a significant part of our strategies and initiatives as well. So my office has engaged all 58 counties through the association, the California Association of Clerks and Elections Officials, in cybersecurity trainings, simulation and tabletop exercises, information and intelligence sharing. We hold pretty much monthly conference calls to keep everybody as up to speed as possible and answer questions, on and on and on. Last year, when California's portion of that $380 million came through, the bulk of it was sent to counties for cybersecurity support, whether it's to harden physical infrastructure at the county level, or to engage with our facilitation that cybersecurity training, not just for state staff, but for local elections staff. And a portion of the funds was also set aside for county pilot projects to implement the risk limiting audits that were conducted, that were discussed in the panel prior to lunch. By the way, the regulations for establishing more permanent risk limiting audits in California is set to conclude around May of this year, so we're moving aggressively in that direction. Now, I don't just view election security as the technology that we have and that we're utilizing. Election security is broader than election cybersecurity. One of the other big takeaways from the 2016 election wasn't just were they or weren't they able to compromise our elections infrastructure. They weren't. But ask yourself this: was there or was there not a concerted disinformation campaign on behalf of foreign agents to create confusion, chaos, or undermine confidence in America's elections? The answer is yes, absolutely. And so, thank you again to the legislature and to the governor. Part of this fiscal year's budget included $3 million for the creation of an Office of Election Cybersecurity and an Office of Enterprise Risk Management within the Secretary of State agency. So as part of trying to increase our capacity to address this misinformation, disinformation challenge, we deployed an initiative known as Vote Sure, which had two components. One was a responsive component. We increased through staff capacity to monitor what was being shared, not just on social media, but especially on social media, and to try to detect wrong information, intentional or otherwise. We pre-established protocols with our friends in the technology world, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., so that as we saw erroneous information, we were able to immediately bring it to their attention. In the days leading up to the election, by the way, we found nearly 300 erroneous, misleading posts and tweets. Of what we reported to the social media companies, 98% was promptly taken down for violating their standards. This was just the first attempt at this, but California is the first state in the nation to try to do this kind of thing. I mentioned that's the responsive element of what we tried to do. What we were able to do on the proactive side, for the first time ever, we had funding to do a public education campaign. We developed the ability to email voters directly. Wow. For the first time, voters, those who have lent us their email and gave us permission to communicate with them by email, which is about 6 million California voters, got direct emails from the Secretary of State's office with official, reliable, trusted information of when, where, and how to vote, or when, where, and how to register to vote, to be on the front end of the bad information that may be floating out there. We created a new web portal. It's called votesure.sos.ca.gov. And on this portal, there's a variety of tools and resources for voters. The ability to verify your registration status, or you can go directly to voterstatus.sos.ca.gov. Make sure all your information is updated and accurate. This web portal also provided a quick polling place lookup information. We established a dedicated email address where the general public can refer to us any erroneous or misleading posts, tweets that they could come across, so we can then turn around and try to take action on that. So, as you can see, California prides itself in trying to lead the nation in this conversation, from the security standards to investment to trying to address the misinformation and disinformation campaigns via social media. We've given Supervisor Simitian tremendous credit for leading this dialogue. I also have to give tremendous credit to Assemblymember Mark Berman, who was the champion both on the policy and on the funding for these initiatives in the California legislature. Definitely. One other tool that I'm excited about, we piloted what we call a voter status alert system in 7 counties. So last year was in Madera, Napa, Orange, Sacramento, San Mateo, San Bernardino, and Solano, where anytime there was a change on somebody's registration, address update, political party preference, you name it, the voter got an alert, kind of like, whether it's you're shipping something through UPS or your bank account or even your Apple ID, right? Hey, somebody just registered you on another device. Was this you? If it is, don't worry. If it's not, check in with us. So imagine the same when there's a change to your voter registration record, getting that alert so that if it was you, you can rest assured all is in order. And if it wasn't you, it's an alert to go in, contact your elections officials and help us get to the bottom of it together. We hope to, or the plan is to deploy this statewide in time for the 2020 elections. So now before I conclude, we've talked about elections infrastructure and security. We've talked about misinformation, disinformation campaigns and social media. I want to also spend a couple of minutes on voting rights reforms, because I think they're an equal part of our defense strategy to secure the integrity of our elections. Proud to say that California is increasingly seen as the most pro-voter state in the nation. We've led the way on adopting all the best practices of how, yes, we'll maintain the security and integrity of our elections, but we'll make it as easy and accessible as possible, if you're eligible, to register to vote and to be able to cast your ballot in every election. California offers same-day registration in every county. That means if you missed what used to be the deadline, or if there's an error or discrepancy in your registration when you try to go vote, you have an opportunity to fix it on election day or the days leading up to election day and still cast your ballot. California is deploying in an increasing number of counties vote centers, which offer voters the choice of going to any voting location in the county convenient to them to cast their ballot, to drop off their ballot, to same-day register and participate in an election. Many of you know, I think Santa Clara County is 70% vote by mail at this point, 75, and growing, right? Vote by mail is increasing in popularity throughout the state, where people get their ballot at home, and you use this technology called paper and pen to make your selections. You can't hack the piece of paper. So believe it or not, in many ways, voting by mail is one of the security safeguards that we have for California. And by the way, you no longer need to hunt for stamps to return your ballot. Return pre-postage, postage is prepaid. So these are just three of the key reforms that structurally also help improve the resiliency of our elections. And this and other features have been packaged into what's known as the Voters' Choice Act. County by county, they're moving to a new model for how we administer elections that builds on vote by mail, vote centers, same-day registration, etc. There's 5 counties that moved to the Voters' Choice Act last year: Sacramento County, San Mateo, Madera, Napa, and Nevada. All of them exceeded the record statewide turnout, both in the primary and the general. I know it's under consideration here in Santa Clara, in Fresno, Orange County just moved to adopt. Los Angeles County is moving in 2020. So I'm eager to see the benefits of the Voters' Choice Act come to more and more California voters. So we've been working hard, as you can see, to make sure our elections are as accessible as possible and are as secure as possible. It's only been a couple of months since the 2018 elections, and we're already gearing up to next year's primary, which is less than a year away. But I do want to say that 2018 was a huge success. If people wondered if, the concern about security would discourage people from participating, I'm proud of Californians. We came into November with record registration. We had record turnout, highest midterm turnout since 1982. And we're going to blow that record away in 2020. But I'm the first to say we cannot rest on our laurels. The threats to the integrity of our elections keep evolving. Those who seek to undermine our democracy continue to do so both with increased frequency and increased sophistication. My colleague in Minnesota, Secretary of State Steve Simon, puts it the best. Election security is like running a race without a finish line. Think about that. It's important not just that we catch up, we have to stay one step ahead of nefarious actors who seek to undermine our democracy. And to do that, we need to be constantly learning, scrutinizing, testing, and upgrading our security. And that requires federal, state, and local assistance and collaboration. Only working together are we going to defend our democracy to the best of our ability. And that's why we're here today. So thank you again, Supervisor Simitian, for allowing me to be part of the program. Thank you all for participating, and thank you for listening.
I know you have to be off at another event. Do you do one or two quick questions?
2 questions.
2 questions, okay. So I get to be the one that disciplines everybody else in the room. But this gentleman had his hand up first at the end of the aisle.
See the camera.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for coming here. It's good to see you. And I'm glad to hear of all the new things that are happening and that California is checking the signatures on the ballot and notifying the signers and so on. You mentioned the $134 million for new equipment from this year's budget, and there might be some more next year. I have to urge you to put into a separate line item matching funds for any county that wants to develop an open source system. This needs to be separate because San Francisco right now is spending its money on buying new equipment, and there's nothing left over. And San Francisco, the city, the county, the state, and the country are urgently in need of open source systems, and California can give that a big boost, but it has to be separate from the other money. Thank you.
Secretary of State so that we can
Are you
get one more
prepared to do
question.
that?
Sure. All right. Well, as we've talked in the past, it's got to be a partnership, right? It's the legislature that adopts the budget. The governor signs it. So, it's a matter of advocacy in the legislature and advocacy at the county level. Like I said, the money that's in this year's budget, and we're hoping for more, is eligible. So you don't just try to convince me. You got to convince county elections officials that this is the best way to go too. And remember, I'm the one that carried the bill when I was in the Senate to make open source even an option in California. So we got to do it at all levels.
One last question.
Hi, Secretary. Ann Schneider, Councilwoman from City of Millbrae, but also a longtime precinct inspector in Santa Clara and San Mateo County. And I love everything that you're talking about. My concern is that the impacts on elections aren't just cyber. There's a lot of fake news that's happening at the local level, and our district attorneys don't necessarily enforce it. What do you think the county should also be doing to help the fake news that's happening even at a city council or school board level?
Yeah. No, I think comparable. So consider that we've built, maybe the chassis on this thing with protocols to be able to bring misleading, erroneous, intentional or otherwise information to the social media companies for a quick review and prompt action. So now that we've established that at the state level, I'm sure we'll grow in using that going into 2020, but it's a model to build on for local elections as well, because it can be sort of equally damaging, the consequences. Before I leave, let me just say one last thing on the open source question, because I know it's important to a lot of us. The role my office plays in the testing and certification of voting systems for use in California, we've set the standards. We've set the standards. We've raised the standards. And so now we're dependent on the R&D community, whether it's public sector or private sector or partnerships, to develop standards, open source systems that meet the standards for use in California. So that's why I cannot be overcommittal to one technology over another, one potential vendor or another, one county versus another. We've set the standards. Anybody who can create a system that meets or exceeds those standards, we welcome it. We're ready to test. We're ready to sign off on it if it exceeds our process. So with that, thank you again, Supervisor Simitian, and thank you all.
Thank you, Alex. Could we get one more round of applause, please, for our friend Alex Padilla? If you want to know what I whispered, I said, the sun always shines in Santa Clara County. That's what I said. So thank you all very much. I know we had a little congestion there at the lunch line, but everybody seemed to be gracious and make it work. We are, thank you. We worked hard on that lunch, so as did the good people here at Google. We're going to take a break now, so we'll come back at 1:45 for our final panel of the day, from 1:45 to 3, and that panel, of course, is the County Perspectives panel. In my view, it really is the punchline of the story, which final portion of our event this afternoon. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to push this panel and ask our moderator to do it, to talk about, okay, county. What does it mean for our counties? We have 3 folks from 3 counties that our moderator, Ann Ravel, is going to introduce in just a moment. A number of you have asked, and just to reiterate something I said earlier, as you can tell, we are videoing the event today. It will be available online. We'll throw it up on YouTube. We'll also have it on my webpage. If you RSVP'd and provided an email, when it is available, we will send you an email saying, hey, it's up, and here's where you can get it, to make it as quick and easy. But there's a lot to absorb. I've been running back and forth a little myself, so I'm going to want to sit through it with my notepad and sort of say, all right, now what are the key takeaways that I need to think about as a member of one county board of supervisors. So with that, I'm going to say thank you to you all again. Thank you to our moderator and our panels. And I want to reintroduce Ann Ravel, who I had the pleasure of working with when I was in my first stint on the board of supervisors. When you have someone who is your moderator, who has both been the chair of the state's Fair Political Practices Commission and the chair of the Federal Election Commission, you know you have someone who really has a breadth and depth of experience. So with that, I'm going to get off stage and say, Ann Ravel, please bring this home for us and tell us what are we supposed to be doing at the county level.
Thank you very much, Joe. Welcome, everybody. I'd first like to introduce to my left San Mateo County Supervisor. Those of you who don't know where San Mateo is, it's right across the border north. And I'm told that Supervisor Slocum knows a lot about technology and about these issues. So welcome. Thank you very much. And to my right is Gail Pellerin, who is County Clerk Registrar of Voters for Santa Cruz County, California. We're being very geographically equal here. And next to him is Mike Shapiro, who is the Chief Privacy Officer for the County of Santa Clara, and is very involved in issues relating to information privacy. So with that, why don't we start, since we're bringing this home about the counties, if you each would like to talk a little bit just generally about what are the challenges that you've faced, that you've seen when it comes to securing elections, and just kind of put that together with what your experiences have been with this particular issue. And shall I start with you, Supervisor?
Oh, thank you.
Thank
I appreciate it. Can you all hear me back there? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Supervisor Simitian, thank you for organizing this event. And for the life of me, I don't know why Joe invited me to be on this panel, because honestly, in total disclosure, I've been out of the election business for, I don't know, eight or 10 years. And so some of this that I've heard this morning is new to me, but I know that Gail and others will be able to fill in the blanks. I did.
Improve our budgets, though.
Yeah. So I am on the Board of Supervisors now, and it's a little awkward because I'm very pleased to say there are a lot of folks from San Mateo County here, and I just want them to raise their hand and be recognized, and thank you all for coming. Look at all that contingent. Thank you. It's a little awkward because, as was just said, now I approve their budget, and Barbara and others point about election offices being underfunded. I think I know Jim and Mark Church will hold me to this later, but it is absolutely true, and it's true in San Mateo County. And if there's one thing you know about elections, it takes good people, it takes brain power, it takes planning skills, it takes engineers, it takes an IT staff, and I think, you know, in large part, our election offices, I can't speak throughout the state, but you know, it is a new era in elections, and we need to recognize that this technologies, whether it's for signature scanning or whatever it happens to be, is very expensive. And unfortunately, or fortunately, that's a very important consideration that was mentioned, the whole thing, the need for money. Joe mentioned that he was in, where was it, Kosovo? Bosnia and El Salvador. I had the privilege of going to Albania. How many of you have ever been to Albania? Joe's been to Albania, and a couple of you. A quick election story from Albania. What they do, they use paper ballots, or they did use paper ballots when I was there. And the way they made sure that people didn't vote twice was they would spray your index finger with purple ink that couldn't be erased. So everybody on election day that voted walked around all day with the purple thing. I guess that's the equivalent of our I voted stickers that we use. Just a quick story about Albania, if I could. I know I'm a little off topic. I'm going to talk real fast here. But I was at a polling place. It was a little beauty salon, and it was inland, and there was a big dispute that erupted about counting these paper ballots. They separated them into piles by candidate, and then this election board set about counting those ballots right there at the polling place. And you know, you'd think that it would be an easy thing to agree on, but there was a huge, huge disagreement. The woman, the precinct captain, said to me through a translator, if you don't help us count these ballots correctly, these people outside, there were 100 people outside who were armed, who had hand grenades, who had automatic rifles. And certainly that doesn't happen in California. Well, it happened in Orange County at one time with armed guards at polling places. But, you know, she said, if you don't help us, it's not going to be an accurate vote count. And we were given specific instructions, I'm sure just like Supervisor Simitian, about don't get involved in disputes about ballot counting. This woman pleaded, and this mob outside got angrier and angrier, and they had told us, I'm a Vietnam veteran and I know how to work a radio, and so I was the one trained on how to call for help. And I thought, you know, being the somewhat macho Vietnam veteran I am, I waited and waited and waited. This crowd got crazy, crazy, crazy. And finally I got on the radio, switched it to channel 1 and called for help. No answer. Did it again, no answer. Did it a third time, no answer. And I thought, holy God, my election experience in California has not prepared me for this. I mean, people may shout and disagree, but this does not happen where I come from. And anyway, shortly thereafter, 2 armored personnel carriers show up, 12 fully armed, combat-ready Italian paratroopers get out of these things, surround the crowd, and immediately it's a hush. It's totally quiet. Everybody is behaving. And I was so thankful, I can't even explain it to you how thankful I was, because I was really afraid for my safety. So then this same woman came to me and said, if you don't drive these ballots to the drop-off center, they're going to kill me. What? Yeah, that's what she said. Honest to God. They're going to kill me if you don't drive these ballots to the count center. Now, mind you, we weren't supposed to touch ballots. We're not supposed to get involved in the process. So there I am. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Been out since 5 o'clock that morning. And I'm talking to the lieutenant who's the commander of the 2 paratroop groups. He doesn't speak English. I speak a little Spanish. He obviously spoke Italian. And through hand signals and my very excellent Spanish that frankly I've forgotten, he said, no, not driving these ballots to the count center. And this woman was going crazy. The long and short of it was, at about 1:30 in the morning, we were going down a dirt road in the backcountry of Albania with a tank in front of us, a Mercedes-Benz with a box of ballots in the back, and another armored personnel carrier in back of us. And we took those ballots and this precinct captain to the count center where we dropped them off, and I'm assuming that everything was counted correctly. I vowed when I got back to California and got back to being a registrar of voters that if anybody ever complained about our system in California, I would have some words for them. But anyway, that's...
But an important question, did
Yeah.
you ever do election observation anywhere again?
I never did election observation ever again because, frankly, when I got home and told my wife these stories, that was the end of my international experience. So that was it. The other thing I just wanted to mention about paper ballots, if I could, at the county level, is I worked in another county way back when. It was Santa Barbara County. And actually, we were using paper ballots. This is a long time ago. And I actually happened to be walking through the warehouse one afternoon, and I saw this young man in the locked ballot cage where all the voted ballots were stored and secured. And Jim, don't worry, this was not here. This was in Santa Barbara County. But there was actually a young man in that cage with a marking pen, with a ballot box open, ready to change votes. And so at least you think that election systems can't be hacked with paper ballots and from the inside. This guy was actually an election worker who had access to that cage. He would have changed God knows how many ballots before he was discovered. And thankfully there are, in San Mateo at least now, cameras and all kinds of security protocols that hopefully get around that issue. But that actually did happen. A fellow in the cage with a marking pen ready to change votes.
Wow.
Needless to say, he was escorted out and so forth and so on. Anyway, I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. For now, no, I'm good. Gail, to you.
Is it on? Yeah, there we go. Anyway, Gail Pellerin, Santa Cruz County, and I too want to thank Joe for putting on this event today. It's really been a great day and learning a lot. And also grateful to Google to allow us to be here today. Great lunch, and those toilets are amazing. And how many, I mean, we're here from the county standpoint, so how many county elections folks are here? Raise your hand. So that's a lot. And different counties. I got Santa Clara, I saw San Benito, San Mateo. Was there Solano here? Solano. Yeah, Solano. And who other county? Oh, San Joaquin? Stanislaus. Yeah.
Wow.
So where was that? San Luis Obispo? Oh, great. Okay.
Wow.
Well, see, so there's good representation here from our county elections folks. So we are always talking about this. This is what keeps us up late at night. And we have an ElectNet email group, and we're constantly talking to each other about election security issues. We rely heavily on the Secretary of State's office as well, and glad to see him here today supporting this effort and his leadership on these issues. And it's been great having the additional funding that is coming our way for new voting systems, and through the EAC getting the money for cybersecurity at our local elections offices as well. Because it's a tough thing to do. I mean, you know, my first bullet point here is I am not a cybersecurity expert. You know, I do a lot of things, and we're an office that we do county clerk and registrar of voters. So I can go from issuing a marriage license to performing a wedding to doing a passport application and then starting on a ballot layout and doing other things as well. So we wear a lot of hats, especially in a small county. So being a cybersecurity expert is not something that's on the top of my list. But I do have a lot of tools available to me. I'm very grateful to have an information services department that is my partner on these issues. So we meet regularly. We're actually setting up a team that's going to be meeting on an ongoing basis, putting together a strategic plan on how to move forward to ensure that our elections are secure. And then, of course, there's also a lot of other tools available to us. There's, you know, we just partnered with DHS. They came and did a test of our system to check to see if they could break into it, and we passed with flying colors. We've signed up for the MSISAC and the EIISAC programs that provide you with advisories. I think on a daily basis, I get emails from these groups on election security.
For those people who don't know, can you say what
does
groups
those,
are?
I don't even know what they mean. Okay,
Oh.
so no, it's the information sharing, cybersecurity awareness, and education. And the MS1 is the multi-state, and the EI1 is more election infrastructure. Is that right? Okay. Yeah, all these acronyms are crazy. And then, of course, and I do strongly recommend any county here who has not done that penetration testing through DHS, I strongly encourage you to do that. And it's free of charge, and they'll come out and do that for your system. And it's also, that being a member of CACEO, we see our statewide association, California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, we meet regularly, and we are also working on these issues and keeping everybody apprised of everything. And the Secretary of State's office also sends out a number of alerts to us as well. And and I've been doing this election work for 26 years now. It's been a long time. There's been a lot of changes that I've seen over those years, and I've had one international observation experience. I actually went to the country twice. It's a little enclave inside Azerbaijan in a town called, in a wannabe country called Artsakh. It used to be called Nagorno-Karabakh. It's a little Armenian enclave inside Azerbaijan. Getting there is difficult. It's a very long route. You have to illegally enter Azerbaijan. So if I ever was landed into Azerbaijan, they would arrest me. I'm on a blacklist there because I went into Artsakh illegally, according to them. And my story is that we were actually it's a war-torn region. I mean, they have military on the borders, and we're sitting there at a polling site. Every polling site, they wanted to feed us, and they had really excellent food, best bread you've ever had. And all of a sudden, I hear this boom, and I'm like looking around. Everybody's just continuing the voting, and I hear boom. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there are bombs going off and nobody cares. They're just continuing to vote. And I am totally, completely freaking out. And I go up to the translator and I'm like, there are bombs being dropped. They're like, no, those are the atmospheric things that they shoot up into the air to break up the clouds so the lightning and thunderstorms don't destroy their crops. And so, anyway, it's a very strange thing. But they have these cannons that blow this, hydrogen into the air to basically mess up the clouds. But as a result, they have really great produce there, and then right after that, it just poured, so it worked. So and no lightning. So
can I ask you one follow-up question?
Yeah.
Because you said you were so thankful about the new money for voting machines.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be sufficient for your county?
Well, we are going to do a lease of a voting system, so it will be sufficient in that regard. But with voting systems, it's an ongoing thing. You can't just fund them today and then figure we're good for the next decade, because as technology changes and as new voting systems become approved and certified, and if I had a boatload of money to go in to purchase a voting system today, and I went to the voting system store, there's only 2 systems for me to choose from, 2.5, I guess, to choose from. And, imagine doing that with your shoes, it's just, you want a better choice than that. So, and then as for, and we, of course, we're a paper-based system everywhere in California is, and we have regulations about having a voter-verified paper audit trail, and audits are, that they are saving grace to ensure the security and integrity of the system. So with that, I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Mike.
All right, great. I think.
Do you remember the question?
He's mic'd.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good.
So Mike Shapiro, Chief Privacy Officer of the County of Santa Clara. And I have to say, Supervisor Slocum and Gale, I think you might have just redefined what we all thought of election security here. Very interesting. I think I can safely say at our county we haven't had to deploy tanks on election day. So that's very good news. And I think that's really good to be able to say, at least around the United States, that we're not necessarily at that level. Not to say that we certainly don't have our problems with election security, and obviously that's why we're here talking today. What I can say, and some people have mentioned earlier today on this panel and others, is to be able to use some of the tools that we have available that are at our disposal, especially those that are readily available. So inviting DHS to come in and do an assessment of your county, run the scans, and to take their leadership and advice where you can. To get involved, our security team works on getting feeds from ISAC feeds, as well as FBI feeds and other feeds that we get in to let us know about the most common security vulnerabilities that are affecting us today, not only with our voting systems, but also just around the county in general. And I think oftentimes we tend to think of the county being the front line, of course, a lot of people don't necessarily know that. And for our part of it, we tend to think about how do we secure our back-end systems, our voting systems, our registration rolls. How do we make sure that those are protected and safeguarded? And certainly very important. There's also a front end to this, right? This is like where the public interaction is with our website, for example, with our communications to the public. And I think what we've seen in 2016 and what we're certainly going to see, I believe, in 2020 is that there are going to be more attempts to try to infiltrate our website, to try to infiltrate other websites around the country for that matter, especially at the county level. I think that is seen, although we're the front lines, I think generally counties being local, there's a perception out there that local budgets aren't as big as state and federal budgets. And so this is an entry point for hackers. And this is a way for them to kind of think of how can I get into that weakest link, right? And usually what I like to tell people when it comes to sort of the difference between security and privacy, security, protection of systems, privacy, the protection of information. So you can have the greatest security systems in the world. You can have the best DMZ, you can have the best firewall in place. But if somebody gives up their ID and password, then none of that really matters. So for our part of it, to make sure people are trained correctly, our employees are trained correctly. And also if you think about when you have an election day, think about all the extra help people that are now joining your county. Think about all the volunteers that are joining your county. And think about that they may only receive a day of training or a couple days of training, sometimes just hours of training. So if you think about the type of data that are in their hands, right? And especially when we're talking about paper ballots, they're touching those paper ballots. So making sure that they're trained appropriately on the confidentiality and protection of the information that is actually within their control, at least for a certain period of time, is highly important. And also to understand what people's privacy rights are, at least at a basic level. Because if you think about the type of information that people are selecting on their ballots, it's really talking about sort of what their political ideals are, what issues that they believe in the most, and certainly that can impact them if that information is released inappropriately. So while I know a lot of election officials tend to focus on the back end, I also think it's very important that we look at the front end, the protection and how we communicate with the public, what we're seeing on our website, making sure that, for instance, our website is secure so that we don't see things like a website hijacking to give false election results, to say that polls are closed, to shut down registration. We have functionality on our website, for example, that will tell people where their polling place is at. Sometimes I've seen that even used on election day when people go into the wrong polling station or the wrong precinct, and they're just like, oh, well, where do I go? Well, it's really wonderful that our Registrar of Voters has a tool where you can go online and look up exactly where we need to go. And in fact, we use that on election day. So you could imagine if there's a hack of our website and that kind of functionality was brought down, well, what would that mean? That would lose trust in our system, but it would also create actually some problems with voting. And it would mean that more voters would have to file provisional ballots. And I got to tell you, provisional ballots are a headache. So any way we can reduce that is certainly going to be something that we want to promote.
Could I follow up on something that Supervisor Slocum said about your employee or the employee who was in with his magic marker trying to make changes? How do you secure the equipment? How do you secure the votes, the boxes? What do you do in the counties to make sure that there isn't not only electronic intrusion but also physical intrusion?
Do you want me to answer that? Or?
Go ahead.
Well, for us, we have restricted access, so only certain people with certain badges can go in where there's voting equipment and ballots, and cameras. We have 24-hour surveillance of cameras, so everything's on film and you're being watched. We have the two-person rule where nobody's left alone with the ballots or the equipment, and you said that happened many years ago, and so things have gotten more restrictive for sure. And we have the security seals and the inventory and the logging. I mean, so there's just a lot of protocols in place to ensure that security of the system. And just a quick thing on your websites. I remember we moved offices, and I had this folder called the Internet, this really cool new thing that was happening. And the first election where the Secretary of State posted election results online, I actually did a screenshot and saved it, but it was hacked, and they had a clip art of a naked woman that was on the Secretary of State's website for election night results. So I meant to bring it today. We've come a long way from that.
Let me just add one little thing. I hope this is accurate still, but fairly certain it is. In our counting room that Gail just described, where there are cameras and two-person entry rules, and not all the staff can even get access if they wanted, but I think that room is limited to like 3 or 4 people on the staff, that not everybody can just go in the counting room when the election is actually being processed. So that's another sort of security measure, that we know who's in there and we know who came and who went. So I would just add that.
What about the storage issue of the actual machines, as well as, and we need to also talk about the voter rolls and the ability to intrude into voter rolls.
Well, the voter machines are kept in a lock cage, again, under camera surveillance and an alarm system and restricted access. So they're protected. And then when we go into actually programming them to get ready for an election, then we have a logic and accuracy board that comes and observes the work and certifies the testing that's being done. And then as the machines get prepared, there's tamper-proof seals that are put in place that are recorded on an audit form. And then when the machines are checked out to the inspector, they have to verify all those seals are intact. And then when they bring the equipment to the polling site on the morning of, 2 poll workers other than the inspector needs to verify that all those seals are intact. If there's any discrepancy at all, they contact us, and then a new machine will be deployed. And the same thing with the paper ballots. If we give you 249 paper ballots, you're going to verify you have 249 paper ballots, and there's a log for that as well, and they're sealed.
Anybody else?
Well, I would just add a little something.
Yeah, please.
One of the unique things I think that San Mateo County did some time ago was we took every major process, like logic and accuracy testing, for instance, that process, and we filmed it with a little bit of an explanation about what was going on in the video. And we did that for each and every process in the elections office, so that the public who doesn't understand elections could theoretically go in there and select a video that they were interested in and watch and see a behind-the-scenes look at what goes on in checking the seals, for instance. And I think that a lot of people gave very positive feedback on those videos, and I'm assuming they're still up on the website and you can take a look at them. The other thing, if I could have just a second more, that we did recently in terms of security was we had our IT department, as well as Mark Church, who is the registrar of voters, and his staff, his IT staff, come to the Board of Supervisors to an actual meeting and give the board a briefing on election security and what was happening. And somebody mentioned earlier how many times in a day the locked door of elections is checked for being secure. And I've forgotten the numbers now, but at that session it was staggering how many explorations from Eastern Europe, for instance, was going on. And I think that that's a new thing that really needs to be paid attention to, as well as in San Mateo County, we're an all vote by mail county now. We started that last year. And as was mentioned, there are a number of vote centers, and you have to be able to guarantee that the person that shows up in the north part of the county hasn't already cast a ballot in the south part of the county. And so that system needs to be networked. And it was explained to me and you security folks will understand virtual tunnels, virtual network tunnels. I'm not sure, but I'm not a cybersecurity expert either. But I just think that briefing to the Board of Supervisors was really valuable for members who don't have in-depth elections experience, and I would recommend for those of you that could organize such a briefing for your boards of supervisors that you strongly considered that, because I think it was very, very helpful.
Sure, and I can say for our part of it that at the County of Santa Clara, we do provide those types of briefings to our Board of Supervisors, and also so much of it for public as well. So these are open to the public. They can go and view those meetings and hear the results of it. I will say, and I would caution any of those out there who are thinking about going back to the counties and recommending this, I think it's good to be able to disclose that to the board and to the public. I will say, however, that you want to make sure that you don't press upon your security or privacy experts to necessarily tell specific protective measures that they're actually employing to protect data or systems, because we don't want to give the keys to the kingdom away to hackers or to foreign adversaries. So just to be mindful of that when you go back home.
We actually were, the grand jury investigated our department as well and looked at all the security protocols, and we came away with a few good suggestions, and that's public. But
what were the suggestions?
One was single-use thumb drives. So just if you use it once, it goes away. So. We buy a lot of thumb drives.
So based on what you learned, whether in the security briefings or in just your experience and what you've heard here today, how would you go forward and make changes in what your counties do?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting. I think from a security standpoint, we have to think, again, I was talking a little bit about the front end of it, securing our websites in addition to our voting systems. There's going to be some changes made depending on how VCA rolls out or not. And so, but nonetheless, we can at least look at sort of that front end and our interaction with the public and how we can secure not only our website, but also the information that we can provide to the public. What can they do to protect their information when they're going to vote? What can they expect from their county election officials to make sure to feel confident that what they're doing is protected when they're going to the voting center or when they're going to a polling station, whatever the case may be, or even when they're mailing in their ballot. In addition to that, there's been a huge, obviously it's no surprise to anyone from 2016 and even now that there's been a lot of at least attempts to scan systems as well as attempts to infiltrate. So even in 2016, there are 21 states who they believe that had foreign adversaries such as Russia that tried to scan their systems. Now scanning, as the Secretary of State mentioned, is different, but within that there were 6 states specifically to where they tried to infiltrate the system, not just scan, but they actually tried to attack and get into the system. And so with that in mind, I think we can see an expansion of that in 2020, which means that we have to all be mindful of that. It also means that we have to convey to the public what we're doing, at least at a basic level, to try to protect data and try to protect the election system from being taken over or from being corrupted in some way by other foreign adversaries and hackers.
And one thing that I've seen has changed a lot, and that's in spite of the fact that we have a presidential leadership failure. But that's not preventing the federal government, private sector, the civil society, and the states from working together to act against threats of cyber attacks on our election systems and the disinformation. So I think that there's really been a much greater coordinated effort among all the agencies that are involved in this and providing for real-time communication so we can stop anything that's happening. And yeah, as you said, they're out there rattling the windows and trying to get in the doors, but they're not breaking in. Where there is success, of course, is spreading false information. And we have, of course, with social media now, the ability to spread lies and deceit is much easier. And yet there's places like Google and other institutions that have developed ideas and strategies to help cope with those threats of putting out false information. So, in reality, it's a lot easier to hack a mind than to hack the vote. And that's been real successful in putting out, false information out on social media, and people believe it.
Yeah, and I will say, out of the security incidents that happened in 2016, while none of them technically were successful in infiltrating those systems, there wasn't necessarily a security breach, although the attempts were made. There was a privacy breach. There were 500,000 records in 2016 that were breached. Right. So it's not like nothing happened. So exactly, and so what we see is that foreign adversaries were actually able to acquire that information. How they may have been able to commingle that with social media profiles and other data aggregators to try to draw profiles on people and include discord, I think is something we definitely need to pay attention to. And I can tell you from years ago, this goes back, in the 90s when Vladimir Putin was actually just started off in the KGB as director. They actually had campaigns where they would try to influence our own U.S. military and try to sow discord through racial and ethnic divides and try to exploit that. And I think what we're seeing now is no different. If anything else, it's even exponentially getting worse, because now with a vector to be able to reach people through the internet, I think it becomes even more of a concern for us. Disinformation campaigns, having fake news stories or bogus news stories that are put out there. Then also just the social media bots, the bots that are put out there to pretty much amp up the search results for news stories to make them look valid when they're not. All these things come into play, and I think at least now we are more aware of that than I would say we were in 2016. But it makes it even more important for us at counties being on the front line to make sure that we inform our residents of how to protect themselves from this type of disinformation campaign than what we're doing and how we can help them through that process.
Can I interject a minute? Because you talked about Illinois, you're talking about the 500,000, and it also was voter information was stolen in Arizona, Tennessee, and Florida as well. Do you know, have you looked into whether that similar taking of information from voter rolls has happened in your counties?
Well, I think more importantly, and people tend to think that California isn't a swing state, so we don't have to worry about such things, although we do. I think we see foreign adversaries try to take advantage wherever they can, although the focus is certainly on the swing states for presidential elections, which tend to be around the Rust Belt, Midwest, and Florida. But nonetheless, it still means that we have to be vigilant, although we don't necessarily get targeted as much as some of those other states.
Well, and we do have a state voter registration database, and the system is isolated. We have sophisticated endpoint protections on our servers and workstations. For us, we have VoCal has one pipe to the Secretary of State, and the data is encrypted as well. And I think in California, we also have the provisional voting, which is a fail-safe voting, and same-day voter registration. So if somebody does get knocked off the voter records for some reason, or something happens to their voter data, they still have an ability to vote and cast the ballot that they choose to vote. So that's some protection that we have in California.
I think I remember the original question, but maybe you could just help me. No, I'm just kidding. I would just say there are two things for me. One, that people are the most important part of any election office, and we've got to start looking at paying those people an adequate salary. A lot of times in the past, when elections was kind of a sleepy hollow of county government, I think wages were kept down, and in today's modern environment where you need IT people, you need the best and the brightest, the bottom line is you're going to have to pay them a decent salary. And I think that's one thing that is just very important, is having the best and the brightest in all election offices in California. The other thing I would like to see us do, really, and I'm not a registrar of voters anymore, but I would really like to see California step up its efforts on open source voting systems, and maybe even look at a different certification process for that open source process, because when I was registrar, I don't know what it is today, but it was like millions of dollars to get a system certified in California. It probably still is. And so the fellow that was on the earlier panel was talking about developing a system. Well, you can develop a system, but if you don't have the 10 million or whatever it is to get certified, it's never going to go anywhere. So I would just like to see us step up our efforts somehow, some way, in this whole open source idea for election offices. And I hope San Mateo County in their RFI included the option, which I think is a great option that Gail mentioned, which is to lease the voting equipment, so that we don't have it for 15 years and so forth and so on.
So let's go back quickly to the voting process itself. And I'm just curious as to whether or not you have systems in place and what they are for vote for verification of the vote, for the audit. Do you do the risk audits that were spoken of this morning, or what are you doing in your counties to assure that it's a proper vote?
So yeah, we've actually worked with Phil Stark on risk limiting audits in the past, and I've done several of those, and we'll be doing them again.
You mean several occasionally, or I mean, I'm just curious about
a couple elections. We did we were doing a study with Phil on risk limiting audits and their effectiveness, and we were one of the pilot counties that participated and conducted it, and learned a lot in that process. And then we now have legislation that allows, a law that allows counties to do this. And but currently, what the law, we've had the 1% manual recount that is done after every election, where every contest is manually recounted to verify that the machine count is accurate. And in our county, we will escalate the manual recount in the event of close contests. And in some case, we will completely 100% manually recount a contest to verify the results, because I certainly don't want to certify an election where there's a 3-vote difference and then have someone do a recount and then find that we were wrong. So when we do have close contests, and we're still small, I mean, Santa Cruz County is still relatively small, so we're able to do that, where we'll do an escalated recount to verify the results. And everything we do is open to the public. We have an election observation panel. We invite people out on the website, say come and watch what we do. I'd like to do more with cameras and videos to show people the process of that and put those out on the internet as well, because people are interested and people are more engaged. After 2016, people seem to really wake up and understand how that vote impacts who serves you in office. And so people are much more engaged in turning out to vote, which is why we had a record number in 2018. And they're much more involved in serving in the polls. We had no problem getting poll workers in 2018. People were wanting to be there and help and learn. And we had a huge number of people who wanted to do voter registration drives and get people registered to vote. So, and then we had a number of people just wanting to come and tour our facility and watch what we do. So we've had a lot of people doing that as well. But the audits are key. And auditing off of a paper record, either the voter verified paper audit of the touchscreen or the official voted ballot that the voter had in their hand, is key to ensuring the integrity of the vote.
Well, and some people say that those risk audits should be done more consistently.
Right. Yeah, it will be. That's
will.
the direction we'll be going. Yeah.
You will.
Yeah. I mean, I think currently it's only for contests held entirely within the county, though, right? Is that what it ended up being?
For contests that are not entirely contained in the county, there's this notion of a partial risk on which is kind of pretending that you're responsible for your share of the maximum.
Right. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention one quick thing. One of the ideas that we're trying to steal from Joe Simitian and his legislation is the notion of an automatic mandatory recount if the vote totals are, very, very close. Gail just mentioned that in Santa Cruz County they do this just as a course of business practice, but in Santa Clara County there's actually, I believe, a mandatory recount law that the Board of Supervisors adopted, and hopefully we could explore that same legislation in San Mateo County. In terms of audits and election observation, we had a measure on the ballot in November. It was Measure W. It was a transportation sales tax, half-cent sales tax to fund traffic relief and so forth and so on, various transportation improvements. I think that measure won by some 600 votes or thereabouts, maybe 700 votes. But I know that there were people at the elections office each and every day during the canvass of the vote, which is that period after where it leads up to the certification of the election, and it's an audit of the results, basically. And I know that there were a lot of people out there every day looking at every detail of the process, and so I do agree that there's this heightened sense of public participation in that audit process, and I think that's a good thing in the end for all registrars, even though it requires a great deal of patience because these folks frankly aren't familiar with the election processes, but it's an important component of election integrity, that is to have observers at every point in the process to watch over the shoulders of poll workers or election workers or whoever it is.
So you talked a little bit about Homeland Security. What kinds of things would you like to see that you aren't presently getting from either the federal or state governments? You want to start?
Money.
Money?
Yeah, I was going to say,
money,
but not just
nothing else?
one-time money, but a continued flow of money, because it's not just a one-time shot. And the reality is elections are held, for most of us, maybe twice a year, maybe 4 times a year, depending on where you are. And money and personnel are key, but you also need people who are trained. And even I myself, when I go, 4 years from doing a presidential primary, and then we're always changing our primary too, and changing the laws, and you're relearning it and rethinking about how this is going to be done and what we need to do, and having those highly trained people who are out there who can be at our disposal to help us on election day. We have a great county family, and we have a program, I think a lot of counties do this, where where county employees can actually serve in the polls and help us out during election time. And I want to extend that to also include county workers helping us during the canvass, because doing that auditing work during those 30 days after the election is, there's a lot that needs to be done, and a lot of extra bodies are needed. And so we do have a great county program for Election Day, but I'd love to see it extended into the canvas as well, so we have those extra trained people who can help us out during those times. But yeah, getting a continued source of funding to pay for, upgrades and security and personnel and training would be wonderful.
Yeah, I would say there's nothing that local governments dislike more than an unfunded mandate. Even for optional laws that come into place where it's your option, there's still an expectation in some ways. And there's also, at the state level, there are certification requirements that have to be met, and all that costs money. I think the part about training, and I mentioned it before, is that that's very important, and that costs money as well. Having a trained staff to be there on election day, all the people you have to bring in, thousands of people that you have to have trained for one day of activity, or 2 days maybe, because it generally tends to stretch. But nonetheless, all that takes time, all that takes money, and to be able to get the kind of support from the federal or state level, I think would be wonderful, especially as we're starting to see a lot of change with the technology that we're using. I know we're on paper ballots, but the way that we surveil those paper ballots as they're going through the audit process, the way that we're tabulating those, I think is very important. And then on the back end of it, or on the front end, I should say, with the technology that we have that is facing the public, what are we doing to make sure that our public face is also being protected? Meaning our website that we're putting on information, how's that being safeguarded? What are the funds that are being provided to make sure that those systems also have the protections in place that they need?
As a security officer, what
privacy.
do you... privacy and security. Not security
it's
as
Chief
well,
Privacy
to
Officer.
some degree.
Yeah, we have
privacy.
a separate Chief Information Security
really?
Officer. Yeah.
Okay, so, but from the perspective of what you've seen in the county with regard to voting, what sorts of things do you think counties need in that arena of technology and privacy and security?
Sure. I mean, it just depends on sort of your county and the resources you have. I mean, we're fortunate we have really good support from our board and here at the county and the resources that we need to sort of put in the security protective measures that we need. So besides doing kind of the basic DHS security assessment work you can do, we've also ran through TT&Es, so tabletop exercises, which go through different scenarios that you may have leading up to Election Day, on Election Day, or after Election Day. And so these are kind of, in some ways they can be minor scenarios, some scenarios can be doomsday scenarios. So, you have poll books, if you're still using paper poll books, those go out to different precincts. They're pretty much a cutoff date is about 2 weeks before the election begins. And all of a sudden you get news like the day before the election that somehow those poll books have been corrupted. What do you do? And so these are the types of scenarios that you can go through, and I would certainly recommend at your counties to go through these different exercises and see where you fare out. So when we have TT&Es, it's not just people in there from our registrar of voters, from privacy office, from the security office. It's also our chief operating officer for our county. It's our chief information officer. It's our public affairs officer. Because if there's a corruption in the poll book and the media gets a hold of that, and then they splash out there's been some kind of corruption in the election process. We don't want people to not go to the polls because of what they hear. So how do we respond from a public affairs perspective to make sure that people aren't disenfranchised and that they still come to the polls? And so all these different types of scenarios are run through in TT&Es that we go through.
Yeah, I think those partnerships are key. Yeah, maintaining both the federal government, the state government, and our local county and city departments, maintaining those partnerships and collaboration efforts are key.
Any thoughts?
I have thoughts, but not on that topic.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say in terms of the money aspect in the federal and the state governments, one of the things that's got to happen in election offices throughout California is perhaps a physical redesign of the actual floor space of an election operation. Because imagine that the floor space was designed for a bygone era. It's an era when people weren't voting by mail. And so now, in San Mateo, most people are voting by mail, and that changes the nature of the technologies that you need in the office, as well as perhaps the physical layout. In San Mateo County, the elections warehouse and office is on 2 floors. It was actually, the building was actually built in 1963 for those old Shoup iron voting machines that weighed 700 pounds each. Do you remember those with the curtains slammed shut? And so when you look at the building today and the amount of volume that's running through there in terms of mail ballots, you just know that they need new scanning equipment, a new physical kind of layout, and all of that gets back to the issue of money. It's not just money for a voting system. That's sort of one area of need, but this idea of a new scanning equipment for the vote by mail ballots and the physical layout of the plant and security, I think are just as important to take into consideration.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that also brings up the issue of partnerships with the U.S. Post Office, and we're partnered with DMV on voter registration because it's automated registration now, and there's been some issues with that data and problems with that. And there's problems with getting the mail delivered from point A to point B. So, it just brings up a lot more areas where we need to be working on.
And as the last question, and then we'll go to the audience, with regard to the new polling spots that are going to be established, the vote centers, what kinds of issues do you think are being presented by those that are security concerns?
Well, connectivity, and especially for a rural county like Santa Cruz, we don't have connectivity in all the areas. So making sure that that the line going in is safe and secured, and keeping those facilities open. So we are not going with vote centers in 2020. We're looking at them for 2021 and beyond. But what we are going to do is increase the number of same-day voter registration centers that we have in our county. And we're looking at doing that for Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But the vote center model basically has these vote centers open for 10 days prior to the election. And then the 4 days prior to the election, you increase the number of vote centers that you have in your county. So, staffing those, training the staff to be at all those facilities, paying for the facilities, having facilities willing to have us there for 10 or 4 days is a difficult task. And then on top of that, you need to have your ballot drop boxes throughout the county and there's a formula for that on how many ballot drop boxes you need to have for voters to deposit that ballot. And then, of course, now we have the postage paid on the vote by mail, so they can just drop them in the mail. But there's a lot of pieces to the vote center where security is of the utmost importance to make sure that the facility is secured, that the voting equipment held there overnight is secured, that the internet lines are secure. So, yeah, that's one reason why we're not doing it in 2020.
Sure, and I would say with vote centers, besides securing data, which of course is very important, you want to make sure that any print-off ballots that you have are going to be accurate and correct, and that database hasn't been corrupted in some way. In addition to that, I would say besides that is also going to be resiliency. So what is your backup plan? Now, having multiple of those, ballot tabulation is important, but at the same time, besides just the ballot on demand boxes, is not just to have one of them, but to have multiple. Not just for the influx of people that you'll get on election day who do want to vote in person, but just in case the machine goes down, you have a backup. In addition to that, I would also think that there needs to be backups of sort of the full system at the back end when you're actually doing the ballot counting. Once you get all the ballots back at the main office, that also needs to have a backup. And typically that's also confirmed during auditing processes, whether that's in place and resilient or not.
And those issues are compounded when you're making sure that everything is accessible and different languages. So Santa Clara is up to 9 different languages now. Los Angeles, I think 13, 14. I mean, a lot of different languages that need to be accommodated as well.
I would just say, and just tack on to what was said about the redundancy, what I saw at our vote centers in some cases, not in all cases, but where that lines developed because equipment went down temporarily. And that, of course, is one of the nightmares of being a registrar, is that you do not want people to leave the line without casting their votes. So that idea of redundancy of equipment is very important, I think. I know in San Mateo, I think the elections office purchased something like 130 new laptops to deploy. That's a lot of equipment to keep track of and make secure. But I think just, there needs to be even more, because I saw in a couple of instances where just a simple thing like a printer went down, and then you're out of luck. So there is some redundancy, but I think there needs to be more. And then I have, if I could,
Please.
I don't mean to step on your toes, and I'm very respectful that you are the chair of this committee, or this group, but I've been instructed by Supervisor Simitian's staff to do the questions a little differently at some point, your prerogative. And so if Tim Flanagan, Angela Kudrow, Shannon Bush, did I say that right, Shannon? Boucher, sorry, and Jim Irizarry and the other registrars in the audience, you're going to have a chance to weigh in on some of these questions. You actually might be able to pick one that you want to expound on, but I hope we can leave a little time per my instructions from the staff on including the registrars that are here in a little of the conversation.
We'll do that now. So you've got the list. You want to call anybody,
yeah, any of the registrars that are here want to comment? Come on, Mr. Irizarry.
Come on. Shannon's got.
Yeah.
Do you want me to walk with the mic?
Here. No, it's good.
Shannon.
On any topic?
Whatever you choose.
Well, there is so much, but I guess something that was really on my mind earlier is for people that may not know in the election world, and and it's kind of mentioned, the voting systems, the money that we need for voting systems and other technologies, and as you said, floor space, everything's changing. Also is, how can we get voting system certified by the Secretary of State faster with less money? Because yes, I'm open to hearing having an open voting source system in different kinds of systems, but I have no choice. I have to choose from the 2 people plus, if you count 3 certified systems, but that's LA system. I can't use that system. So I don't have a choice. I have 2 systems, to choose from for implementing. I have a system that is, 20 years old. Luckily I'm in the final stages of an RFP right now, so we will be implementing a new system in 2020 that we definitely are going to lease. But, help from the legislature and at all levels regarding certification of systems, regarding funding to keep those systems going, as you have all said, is very important. And the election offices, I like what you said, Warren, because my office space that has grown, that I've been in for 20 years, has 2 50-foot sorting machines that I sit next to. We all sit next to and work next to machines that are so loud because I've got nowhere else to go. So just comments, I guess, just about the funding and the certification of voting systems and needing assistance at all levels with that.
Thank you.
Well, I think one of the answers to that, and Gail obviously knows this, and you registrars know this, but is, the association is very effective, I think, at lobbying, and the association needs to keep up the pressure on the members of the legislature, and not just at that moment when you need the money, but it's about building a long-term relationship with those legislators, and pitching the idea from time to time, and then when you need the money to do this, perhaps it might have a better chance of being there. But I think the work through the association is one of the answers.
Okay. Another.
Wait, Jim Irizarry.
Oh, right here.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Supervisor Slocum, for your vision and leadership, along with our Registrar of Voters, Mark Church, for electing to go to the Voters' Choice Act. And one of the key elements of the Voters' Choice Act is voter education and outreach. And you've been a leader in our community with respect to expanding that process, because key to the Voters' Choice Act is the involvement of the community. And you have the Voting Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Language Accessibility Advisory Committee, and the Voter Education and Outreach Committees that we've done in San Mateo County, which have been truly instrumental in designing our programs to meet the needs of the community. And what you learn in the vote center process and the all-mail ballot process, and we learned it through our committees, was we had one of our members said, We need bigger vote centers because people are going to come to vote on election day. It's not just an all-mail ballot election. Most of us in the elections arena would just as soon have an all-mail ballot election because it's relatively easy to receive, even though there's 400,000 ballots in our county, than deploying massive amounts of voting machines and people at polling places. Well, it's reduced in a vote center, but nevertheless, the turnout on election day and utilizing our 40 vote centers was absolutely incredible. And people want to vote on voting machines. That's part of the Voters' Choice Act. I was reminded by one of our VAC members who said, remember, Jim, it's called the Voters' Choice Act. And so we have to provide choices to the voters, and it's not an act where you decide that you want it to be an all-mail ballot election. It truly is a choice for the voters to decide. But it's been an absolutely incredible experience, and it's an ongoing, continuous improvement process, and I thoroughly recommend that any county in the state of California that's considering to go there because it truly engages your community in the electoral process. And thank you, Supervisor Slocum.
Thank you. Any other?
So Tim Flanagan again from, excuse me, from Solano County. Fairly new to my role, but I wanted to reflect on one of the comments from Secretary Padilla today when he described election workers as the front lines or first responders to protect our democracy. And that really rang a bell for me, but I wanted to expand that honor to all of our voters. That without the voters, the democracy doesn't really work. So while our election workers help to facilitate this experience, the voters are what count. And in my short time as a registrar of voters for Solano, the experience that I've had is that this act of voting is one of the few citizen and resident interactions with government that is always positive or should always be positive. Most of our other experiences with government is paying fees or paying taxes or going to court. But the act of voting is an affirmative action that I really appreciate everyone's efforts to support. And the more that we can stay vigilant with our security and the more that we can encourage our voting population to trust our results, the better our democracy can be overall. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon?
She spoke.
She spoke, okay.
Are there any others or questions, sir?
Hello, my name is Joe Paul Gonzalez. I'm the Registrar of Voters for San Benito County. It's a small little county just south of Santa Clara County. And I just wanted to mention that the Voters' Choice Act is something that I think eventually the state is probably going to, we're all going to go in that direction. Problem is, we really need to look at these small counties and see if it's feasible. Because in our small county, we have to have four vote centers, and we don't have the facilities out there. We just don't have, community centers that would support, support the need for a vote center. So I think additional legislation has to be created to be able to allow small counties to be able to perform the Voters' Choice Act, but in a way that's that's reasonable. And I think Angela Curl here, my assistant, she wanted to talk about some of the other things.
Hi. Okay, couple just little things. One, the panel, thank you. Everything that you guys have said is what my nightmares are about nightly. I'm already having nightmares about the presidential primary. Staffing is the number one. Thanking our volunteers. Without our volunteers, oh my gosh, we would never be able to get this done. And paying our staff for what they're doing. The level of technology has increased so much, and we are still considered clerks. We're just typists. That's all we are. We don't do anything, we don't think, we just count 1, 2, 3. Facilities, huge point, that was the second one. You should see what I did when the courts left my building. I became a squatter. I rekeyed the building without asking. Because it was for election security, because we needed to secure those ballots, and now I have some space. Educating the voters. Getting the vote right starts with the voters, and without the voters voting correctly on their ballot and knowing how to mark their ballot, it is a futile point of saying, did we count every ballot correctly if the voter can't even mark it consistently? We have people that can't consistently mark a ballot, and voter education is key in making that go away or at least get better. I don't know if many of you know the person I'm going to mention, but George Mann was my first registrar of voters. He was the registrar in Santa Clara County for 35 years. He was originally the county clerk. That man was incredible. And what did I learn from him? What is the official canvas, and what does it mean? It means audit. It means audit everything. How many ballots were issued? How many were returned? How many did you count? How many does your system say you counted? Count and recount and recount and recount. Because guess what? Audit is the key in making sure that every ballot is not only counted, but it's counted accurately, and you don't have more ballots than what you issued. And that's what we do during that 30 days, and it's a really big deal. So, thank you, and that was it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brent, you had your hand up.
Thank you. And thanks to the panelists and all the panelists here today. Brent Turner, we're the folks that have pioneered the open source election systems that keep getting referred to. And we just want to put a little something on the record here. And I want to be very brief so Joe doesn't close me down again. But the idea being, if there's three things we could do that are very important at this point, because I think the audience is filled up with registrars, is if you're gonna have to buy another round of these security deficient systems, which is a horrible idea. Obviously, if we know the systems aren't working properly, to buy more of them is, I think, the definition of insanity. But if you have to buy them, don't buy them. At least lease them with an opt-out within the contract. Number two, get in touch with San Francisco County and find out what they're doing. New Hampshire is already utilizing open source systems for its disability components as well as its voter interface. It's not a complete system. Hopefully San Francisco will have a complete system. And then finally, number three, get in touch with your legislators and let them know we need these matching funds for these open source election systems. We cannot secure a Microsoft-based system. It just can't be done. So the paper ballots are good and the audits are good, but if you leave out the main part of the software, we're in bad shape again. This is the conclusion of the scientific community. So we appreciate all efforts here. We're in a mission-critical situation, and we're trying our best to get in front of this, but verified voting, working with Microsoft, they have not been our friends historically. We hope they come on board and start pushing for open source. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Let me get one more and you can respond in a minute. Go ahead, sir. In your white shirt. Hand up.
Thank you. My name is Victor Chavarine from Kings County. And so this question is for registrars, I guess. And at the time of the November election, we currently have 4 staff. We had 4 staff in our office, and the biggest issue for us was conditional voting that night, and the system not. Our wait time was around an hour and a half near the end of the night, and I don't know if other counties experience that. But what is your best practices that if you're looking at best practices for in the future, or what? If you guys didn't have any wait times, or what are you guys looking at now? Because that was one of our biggest struggles.
So just so you know, CACEO, California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, has a committee in place, I think they call it Bust the Line or something, that's directly looking at those issues. So I encourage you to get in touch. Is Joe Holland doing that one, or who's? John Gardner. Okay, so John Gardner. We had 3 conditional voter registration centers. I think we had one of the highest number of voters in the state, who utilized those, and we were running ragged the whole day. Of course, they were open Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we were twiddling our thumbs, and then Tuesday, we couldn't get a break, so.
Okay, Barbara, you wanted to,
Yeah, could I just...
okay. We only
And on that point,
Thanks. I just wanted to call everyone's attention to a report or a letter that the Little Hoover Commission issued just recently. I don't know if you've all seen it or not, but it's very encouraging. This is the state's think tank, and it advises the governor and the legislature on policy issues that they need to look at, and they've been taking a close look at election security. And one of the things that they concluded was that the state lacks statewide goals for election system innovation. So they are encouraging the legislative leaders and the governor to support election innovation, which is a lot of what we've talked about today. And I'm hearing the registrar say how frustrating it is that you don't have the choices on the market that you want while the clock is ticking and this decertification is coming and 2020 is around the corner. And we've been here before, so this is familiar to a lot of us. But I just think that this memo or letter from the Little Hoover Commission to the governor is something that we could all get behind as a way to encourage more leadership at the state level for longer term solutions that I think we all would like to see available. Thanks.
Okay. Barbara, you wanted to, yeah.
we're going to go to one last question, if I may, Madam Moderator. We'll two last questions, one comment and one last question or comment here. Go right ahead, Barbara.
Well, this isn't really a question. It's just in response to Brent's comment. As the board chair of Verified Voting, I simply want to say that I'm a strong supporter of open source software. So is everyone on our board. So I think is Mr. Slocum, who's on our advisory board. I don't know where he makes this connection between Verified Voting and Microsoft, aside from the fact that our founder, fact that our founder has an office in Gates Building at Stanford University with the entire computer science department. Furthermore, Philip and I are both on Benedita's board for the open source work he's doing. And so is Ron Revest, another member of our board. So we are strong supporters of open source software, and this whole Microsoft connection thing, I don't know where that comes from.
Okay, thank you. There's
Emily has the last
Brent,
question.
we've got one more here now. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emily Levy from Audit USA, and I want to thank everybody for your work on today's event. What I wanted to bring up is something I haven't heard discussed at all yet, which is the tight time frame between election and election certification that really makes it difficult to do the kinds of audits and investigations and checks that need to be done. And I'm wondering if there's any discussion happening at the state level about extending that period. I hate to see fine registrars of voters, county election officials like yourselves having to certify elections that you can't attest are actually accurate. And I'd like to know if there's any action in that regard. I'd love to see some. Thank you.
Bill has an idea.
Well, so under Secretary of State Bowen, one thing that was floated was the possibility of having the audits post-certification, but still have the legal status to reverse an outcome if they indicated a correction. That I don't think has been discussed under Padilla's office. It wasn't part of AB 2125. There was discussion of perhaps having a state pool of resources that could help local jurisdictions if the size of their audit expanded beyond some threshold. For instance, if they had to look at more than 10% of their ballots or something like that to conduct the audit. There was one, I lost my train of thought. There was one other point. I mean, California is actually in a relatively good position compared to most states. Our canvass period is 4 times as long as it is in Colorado, for instance. So there are states that are managing to do risk limiting post-election audits, at least on some scale, in less than the time we have for our campus.
Okay.
And at that point, I'm going to ask Warren to stick around for a moment or two, and I'm going to ask all of our panelists to stick around for a moment or two, because what I want to do at this time is respect the 3 o'clock close. For those of you who have other places to be, we had hoped to foster a conversation, and it looks like a conversation has broken out. So thank you for that. What I'm going to do is ask any of our panelists who are here or who are still here in the front row, if you have a few minutes and can stick around and talk informally with other folks in the room about things that are of specific interest to them and that are in your area of specific expertise, please have those conversations. folks will understand if you have to go, but if you can stick around, have the conversation. We have the room until 4 o'clock for just that reason. So if a little conversation breaks out over here and over there and over there and over there, all of that is great. I was remiss earlier. I should have said thank you to my colleague Supervisor Cortese for sending his staff, and to State Assembly Member Mullen, whose staff has been with us throughout the day. We appreciate the expression of interest and the importance of the issue. Could we get a round of applause for our final panel, please? Thank you all for spending your day. Thank you to
round of
Google
applause
for hosting
for Supervisor Simitian
Well,
as
thank
well.
you. And the one person whose name you haven't heard all day is Mo. Are you in the back of the room? Please give us a wave. This is the audiovisual person who made sure we were all heard loud and clear today. Thank you for the tech support. Drive safely, everybody. Thanks again.